Okay. All right. Morning, everyone. I hope folks online can hear me, and if you can't, maybe just send a note on the chat. Not that we'll be able to solve it, but we'll at least know. Do I need this? Welcome, everyone, to the fourth edition of the Milli Sessions. We've been doing this since 2020 in various forms, and it's really nice to see many people that we haven't seen in a year, I think, in person again. So it's been nice to have that. And I speak on behalf of a very large number of people. So thanks to everyone for doing what's happened over the last 4 years or so. I'll just introduce for a couple of minutes before I finally have the pleasure of introducing Anupam to this audience online and in person. But a couple of housekeeping for those in person. There will be coffee and tea after all the breaks. There will be a lunch. And we will sort of guide you to the direction of lunch should you wish to join us. And there will be a tour of the spaces on this campus regarding, the archive spaces on the new work in progress conservation space. If you'd like to join for that in the evening, you're most welcome to do so. And the water fountains and restrooms and those things are just across the hall. And you'll see signs for that if you need that. And could I just request people from NCBS to just raise hands just so that people from outside know whom to reach out to if you have questions? Cool, thank you. Great, so my name is Venkat. I'm part of the team at the archives at NCBS, and I'm also part of the team in the Milli Archives Foundation. So thanks so much for being here. Let me see if I can change slides. Okay. So today is International Archives Day. June 9th is International Archives Day. It's celebrated not as much as it should be, in my personal biased opinion, but it's really nice to sort of be able to do this. There is also an International Archives Week throughout this week, and for more details, you can go to the ICA's website, the International Council on Archives. There's a declaration for that the ICA put out many years ago, the Universal Declaration on Archives, and the first sentence of that is something that I keep repeating because I find it quite precise and quite detailed in what it tries to say and what it does not say, which is archives record decisions, actions, and memories. And that's something that I think most archives will try and do, and that's something that hopefully Milli is also trying to get the word out around these particular ways of thinking about archives, that archives do record decisions, actions, and memories. Couple of things that many people have seen, at least, but for some of you who have joined online, especially from the conservation community, so thanks so much for being here. And we do see this hopefully as a way for different kinds of institutions, archives, galleries, libraries, and museums to speak to each other through these sessions that we've been running over the last few years. So hopefully that can happen today as well. And it's nice to be able to have a focus on conservation this year. A couple of housekeeping announcements, which most people can't see in this room because there is this thing that's blocking the screen. Okay. For those of you who are familiar with Milli, Milli is a collective of individuals and communities that is passionate and interested in the nurturing of archives. There's a website, milli.link. If you're not aware or you sort of came to this through word of mouth, please do check it out. It's fairly sparse right now, but hopefully it will be populated a little bit more in the years to come. It is a Section 8 nonprofit company, and it will have tax exemptions starting August of 2023. And it has 4 broad intents. It's there to preserve. The intent is to try and preserve, collect, and nurture archives. It's there to do research, to develop free public tools and resources for archives. It's there to educate and build capacity from high school to professional practice. And it's there to really engage the public to reimagine the archive as part of their commons. Their commons is the key part. It has to be part of their decentralized commons, not of one sort of centralized approach. I also want to sort of give a shout out to many others who've been very deeply involved with this. I see Ponarasu, Maya and Jaya, of course, who are co-directors of the Milli Archives Foundation over here. I see Bharat, Shreyasi, who are all visiting from outside. I see Ishita here. I see Spandana. So thanks so much for coming, year in, year out for this thing that's going on. Why can't I change slides? Okay. To take us to a little more detail about all the different kinds of activities now that we've been working on this over the last few years. Last year was when we tried to sort of, really break this down into particular kinds of activities. And those are around looking at research, looking at education, looking at collection, preservation, and public engagement, as the previous slides did. I won't go into these details, but we're happy to talk about this if anyone's curious about what the organization and the broader foundation is trying to do. But today we'll focus primarily on conservation and preservation. And the one that's highlighted on the screen is sort of a direction in which we think we can go if there is enough sort of buy-in from this community, online and offline, which is to think about a best practices guidebook with the consultation and the advice of the conservators who are part of this audience, both here and online. So if you really want to know more, milli.link is the website. hello@milli.link is the email address. Okay, so quick, if you've not attended the last few sessions, just a quick recap. 2020 is when this sort of, really sort of came together in a certain way. This is the posters from 2020. Some of you have been involved will probably sort of remember the nightmare it was to organize a week-long set of events, but just sort of, not to make it a nightmarish flashback. This is 2021, but it was really exciting to see that over these 2 years, there were about 1,500 registrants who signed up over the course of those 2 weeks, with about 400 active participants in various countries. And more than anything, it was really heartening to see more than 40 institutions showing up in some form or the other. And for that, we're grateful because it seems to sort of validate the idea that there needs to be some sort of a group that speaks to each other, some sort of a forum where people can share resources. So this was last year when we sort of took a different direction and we focused on doing workshops, in-person workshops around the themes that are listed on the right-hand side. And this year we've decided to again, before doing that, and one of the things that came out of this workshop, looking at ethics and law in particular, was a guidebook for archivists in India, which was done in collaboration with Milli, funded by the ICA and NCBS, and the lead authors, Para and Divij, worked on this, and this guidebook is available as an open access, open use guidebook on the web. So this is version 1 or version 0, I don't remember what we call it, but it's out for public comment. And the idea is that this year and the years to come, we'll keep revising this. And hopefully that's the iterative model for all the things that Milli does, that it puts out things and then it keeps having an iterative revision model based on consultations from the community. So this year's focus, as I mentioned, is archival preservation and conservation. We're super privileged and honored to have this variety of extraordinary speakers today. Thanks to, also I want to give a shout out to Sindhu, who's really sort of been coordinating this. So thanks, Sindhu. We're having participants from 25 plus institutions for this. So that's also really heartening to see. The numbers that you see on the screen are not reflected in the numbers that you see actually, which is fine. But that's okay. So we'll have a set of events starting in a few minutes, starting with a talk by Anupam Sahu, whom I'll just introduce in a moment. I'll just do a quick walk through the day. Around 11 is when we'll break for tea and coffee. We'll come back into the room at 11:30, and then we'll break for lunch again at 12:45. We'll come back into the room at 1:50. We'll take a break again at 3:15 for tea and coffee. And then we'll stay in the room till 5:30. That's sort of how it is for the in-person folks. And online folks can emulate us if you'd like to do so. You can keep your Zoom on through this whole process if you want, or you can log in and log out. We will be recording it during the sessions anyway, so we leave it to you. And of course, if you're there in the morning, and especially if you're conservators in this audience, we hope you can stick around and definitely stick around for the last session if you can't stick around for the others. Just to sort of have this conversation with archivists who may have questions that you can perhaps address. So just one shameless shout out. It is a nonprofit company. Everything that has happened so far in all these years has been made free and open to the public. Everything that Milli does completely relies on donations to make its work possible. So if you can, please do consider supporting the movement at any level. There's a website, there's a QR code, and these details are also available outside at the in-person venue. And this link is also accessible on the milli.link website. So I will leave it with that note. This link will basically just take you to a Google form where you just share your name and say that, I'm happy to support. That's all. And then we'll just sit with you and figure out how you wish to do it. And you can just say that, maybe I just want to support, not in money, but I want to support in kind or whatever it is. But if there's a way in which you wish to engage, do consider adding your name to that list. Thank you. So Today's session is, again, as I said, Archives Conservation and Preservation. The details for this are on the website. Again, the link is on the main homepage. If you don't have access to the poster, you can have a look at the set of talks that are coming through. And now I will stop sharing my screen. Or actually, no, before I do that, okay, I just want, okay, Anupam's here, perfect. So Anupam, thanks so much for being here. I'm just going to introduce you. Many of you in the audience are very familiar with Anupam's vast body of work and service to the conservation community. But I'll try and brief about what he's done over many years now. Anupam is a heritage conservation restoration strategist, practitioner, and educator. He founded the Anupam Heritage Lab Private Limited and the Himalayan Society for Heritage and Art Conservation. He works on conservation projects with a systems approach based on the premise that various problems are interrelated and form network cycles of effects and causes. So this allows him to also employ heritage conservation as a lever for multi-sectoral and socio-economic development. Heritage conservation training and consulting services have been provided by him to the Government of India's Ministries of Culture, Tourism, Urban Development, various state governments, various universities, NGOs, the World Bank, UNDP, UNESCO, Tata Trusts, and others. As a trainer, he's designed and conducted more than 250 workshops and training courses and helped set up and develop a series of heritage conservation facilities for various institutions. He, of course, teaches conservation at various educational institutions in India, and he's helped establish conservation programs in universities. And one of his primary interests, one thing that we're really sort of keen to work with Anupam on, and so grateful that he's here, is to really strengthen art conservation training in India. So we're really delighted that he's able to sort of give this talk to an audience of archivists. Anupam was awarded a master's degree with distinction and a gold medal in conservation of works of art from the National Museum Institute in New Delhi. He pursued further specializations and professional education in Florence on an Italian government fellowship and at the University of York on a Charles Wallace Fellowship. The exhibition titled Conserving the Collection, The Caring Path for 5,000 Years of Our Art, curated by Anupam and his team, was the first of its kind in India, and it explored the nuances of art conservation with examples of conserved objects of various material and technologies. The book around this particular exhibition is also available for downloading from the CSMBS website. For his vast body of work and service, Anupam has been conferred with the Sanskriti Award for Social and Cultural Achievement. He's received various UNESCO commendations, and he has received the knighthood of the Order of the Star of Italy for excellence in art conservation. Anupam, thank you so much for being here, and I hope I'll stop sharing the screen, and I hope you're able to share screen from your end as well.
Thank you very much for this very generous introduction. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, or is it morning? Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anupam, and Venkat has introduced me. I have been asked to speak on this occasion. Congratulations to all of you for this extraordinary effort. Extraordinary because it is consistent. It has not been one-off. It has been voluntary, and it has stemmed from it's a passion project, so to speak, and it augurs well for the health of archival materials in the country. And I think India today is at a point where our memories, there is this huge development that is taking place, and it seems to have accelerated in some manner. And like with every wave, there are these backwashes, and a lot of things are eroded in the backwash, whether it is on the seashore or on the shore of our activities and our human endeavor. And archiving now has become a word, Venkat, also with earlier we used to associate it only with paper materials, archival materials. But archives now encompasses everything from oral traditions, from intangible heritage. And as you will see, archives has got collated also with museums and archaeological institutions. And often, like earlier, you had the department of zoos and museums. They would always club together. Now you have archives and museums and archives and archaeological institutions clubbed together. I'm going to take you on a next 50 minutes, or let's make it 40 minutes of, a thread of how it is important to establish certain facilities for conservation of archival materials. And if we look at the subcontinent, we find that, as areas are explored, whether it is in the sciences or in humanities, in history, or it is geographically, we collate a lot of information as we explore and discover things. And as we discovered India, so to speak, just like David Livingstone discovered the Victoria Falls, and as India was surveyed, we must remember that it was surveyed so that the usefulness of the land and its produce was recorded for utilization by different individuals and institutions. And as these institutions got established from the 1800s, they were very clear that a department which established or collected material also took on the moral responsibility of preserving them. It wasn't that you just collect and hoard and collect and hoard. You were also responsible officially for taking care of your collection. So these repositories were established by various departments. For example, the geological department would collect its minerals and keep in one place, while the botanists would collect their materials and keep in one place within the same building. And all the different departments, their onus was to depute their people to look after their collections, people who were familiar with these collections. They were not clubbed together as one big institution where one person would look at all these collections and take care of them and be responsible for them. That decentralization and that division, I think, was very useful, practically speaking. In the 1860s, as we are all aware, the Archaeological Survey of India was established. And in fact, a year before that, there was this audit report. There was an audit report that was prepared in 1860, which was called the Sandeman Audit Report. And that talked about the need to cull the huge number of records that were being generated at that time. We're talking about 1860s. And that to shift all the important records to one centralized repository. That's about 170 years ago. And that was the beginning of what we call the National Archives, so to speak. So in 1861, the Indian Records Department was established in Kolkata. And with all these materials, eventually, we had, of course, then with paper materials and with other materials, whether it was archaeological objects or they were ethnographic objects, or they were samples of textiles, all these sort of were archived, recorded, catalogued, and kept in repositories, which some of us call museums, and some of us call libraries or imperial records offices. To look after this, the responsibility also came upon a certain branch of people, a certain category of people who were known then as chemists. And for that, early 1930s, the laboratories were established in India, the conservation laboratories. Came 1947, came 1950s, we had our constitution. It was promulgated and we talked about the fundamental duties of India. I thought this was done in every constitution of the world, but it's interesting. There are not too many constitutions which talk about something like a fundamental duty about preserving your cultural heritage. We happen to be one of those nation states, and we talk about that. And of course, our memories are part of this rich heritage and of our composite culture. Getting back to the people who were responsible for looking after these collections. After all, the archives, conventionally speaking, or in the popular thought of archives as places where paper records are kept. A lot of work was done by people who were skilled as what were known as the binders. Just like in museums, you had the chemists and you had the modelers and you had keepers. Here in archives, we had the binders who played an extremely big role in taking care of paper materials, because they put the margins on the sides and they rebound the objects to ensure that they were hard bound, and just the simple mathematics of it was that, it ensured longer life. And then you had people who were chemists who also then took care of the chemical conservation of looking after paper materials, and lamination was a favorite. Right up to the 1990s, late in 1980s actually, lamination was the thing to do. And a lot of our records have been laminated like that. Interestingly, because of regulation, because of, this thing about if the apex institution of India, if the Archaeological Survey of India says, color everything with brick powder, so even if you want to point a beautiful marble or a beautiful yellow or cream sandstone monument, you tend to put brick powder in the lime mixture to point it and have these wonderful red lines running all across the monument, because the apex institution has written it in its procedure. Similarly, in the archives also, all across the country, while I was saying that in 1980s it was the common practice, even today, because the apex institutions follow a certain practice and we have not had time to review them or have felt the sense of responsibility to review them, there are certain practices like lamination still being done in our archives run by our various departments, who are actually the repositories of perhaps the most important public records of the nation and of all of ours. So the science of it, while it was brilliant and it was very, very far-reaching and progressive at that time, the thing was that we forgot to review them, which was the practice, which was the culture by the people who started those practices. As a civilization, I suppose modern conservation was handed to us. So we do not have a culture of working with it. Just like cars were handed to us. We did not develop into them. So we do not have a culture of working with vehicles, whether it is for pedestrians or whether it is for honking or whether it's for parking. I'm just saying we must remember that to be able to practice a certain profession, in this context, archives, archival practices, we have to make it our own. We have to culturally evolve into it. Only then will we get into good practice. Otherwise, we are just doing things and we are setting up infrastructure for it and things like that. Training is important. So when this happened, training, we went across the world to train, and the 50s, UK, England, and Italy were important places where we learned, where most of our elders learned their conservation. And then slowly it went on to other nations. Now the United States is becoming one place where we are going. This is the 2020s. Formal contemporary education, whether it was for archival conservation or for museum objects conservation, was something that developed around 1990s. Even though India was involved in the International Council of Museums and other institutions, conservation development, right from the 1960s. What happened was when formal education came in for conservation, there became a little bit of a rift between the practitioners in these institutions and the formal people who were trained in conservation. So वो बच्चे हमसे ज़्यादा जानते हैं क्या type of thing. अच्छा अब ये बच्चे हमको सिखाएंगे. So there was a little bit of rift that sort of, it pushed them a little apart for the detriment of our collections. Archaeological collections, museums collections, archival collections, libraries to some extent, which also it's like a Venn diagram where libraries also sort of get into a little bit of archival things. They had their own library studies programs. And therefore, they were able to carve a sort of a niche for themselves. They were able to maintain a certain dignity in that sense. And they were able to practice their collection care and create protocols for themselves. However, when it came to looking after library collections, again, the owner started falling towards the archives and the museum personnel. And it all became like a big oven with small splatterings of flour needed and put along this oven. Some things baked well, some things did not bake well, and so did our education for conservation of our archaeological and archival materials. So there's a great disparity in the standard of education as far as conservation of our materials is concerned. However, then came the thing about resources. That where do we have the resources for looking after things? I mean, really, what's the point of it? Why don't we digitize everything and then, things can take care of themselves? A lot of that happened. A lot of microfilms were created. Microfiche came later. And a lot of originals were also destroyed in the process once they were microfilm, especially for example, in the newspaper, in the press archives. So a lot of collections were disposed of, so to speak. And eventually the microfilms also inherently disposed themselves of by the exudation of vinegar and in the hot temperature and climate and in our boxes. But what happens is that we must remember that when it comes to archives and archiving things and the availability of resources for it, we must remember that everything has a certain, nobody preserves anything, not even in our families and in our homes, unless there is a significance attached to it. And unless that significance is made, unless we are made conscious of that significance of that material, whether it's a fabric, whether it's a textile or a costume in a house, or it's a letter by somebody or a pen which does not work anymore. Unless the significance of a certain thing is impressed, there is no obvious logic of looking after it or ensuring its longevity. It's true for all materials. And therefore, they say that there is not what is the point of allocating resources for an activity like this? So it is the responsibility of us who are collecting materials if it is a responsibility to also ensure the longevity of the objects, the first responsibility of ours becomes, through direct means as well as indirect advocacy and teaching children, is the significance of certain things. If the significance of our records are honestly prioritized, then there will always be resources available for development of archives. And it's a fact, one has to prioritize of all the hundreds of thousands of records that we talk about. What is it that you want to address first? Like everything else in life, like your daily work day and your appointments for the day, you've got to prioritize. And if there's a significance to them, then we do them on priority and better, and with diligence and with follow-ups also. This is from the Panchatantra. This is from the Anwar Suhaili, from the CSMS collection. It says, see, we all know of that story where they all came together to solve a certain issue. The mouse and turtle, deer and crow had first-rate sense and learning. So though money failed and means were few, they quickly put their purpose through. And that is how all of us who are looking after collections can get our work done. And we must remember, ironically, today we are at a strange, it's not a fork. I think we are in a strange place and time. You know, there was a time when there were no resources available, and they said, "Nahi, nahi, ye kya jarurat hai? Abhi to खाने के लिए पैसा चाहिए, कपड़े के लिए चाहिए." अभी हमारी सिचुएशन, परिस्थितियां ऐसी हो गई हैं कि अर्थ का अभाव ही नहीं है. There is no dearth of resources. And this is the time when our heritage is hugely at risk, ironically. Is because there are so many resources available, from convergence of resources from so many places and avenues, that without trained manpower and systems, we are implementing conservation of our collections. And while we are doing it in a well-meaning manner, we are actually disturbing the system of the way these things were kept quietly and silently for decades and decades, and maybe even centuries, completely stabilized with the environment. Now we are putting in our air conditioners, and now we are putting in, removing the covers and putting in new covers and modern materials. And, you know, as natives, we always, our old stuff is not good enough. So we're replacing them with new materials that are available in the market, brilliant materials. But with these resources and without a proper understanding of the networked way in which collections degrade, we are interfering in the infrastructure and the practices and the protocols, and creating a huge risk to our collections. And we might be actually, in a certain manner, in a strange space and time, this might be the decade where we will precipitate the long-term deterioration of our collections because of the availability of resources and the inability to see the inability to either see or be conscious of the fact that we need to be better trained to look after our collections in a practical manner. So you have your archives and archaeology, You have archives and museums, and you have archives. I think it's a great win-win for archives, the fact that that word has become archives has become a word, like museums also. Archives has become a word, it has become a household word. I think we are in a very fortunate position. We are positioned really well in the minds of people. And because archives has such traction, the word archives has such traction that other institutions are also, if not piggybacking, but walking side by side with it. And there's nothing wrong with it as long as the things get done. Now, when it comes to archives, while it is about paper materials and manuscripts and prints and things like that, and now, of course, digital media and audio material also, and visual material also, a lot of oral traditions, for example, the way they're making this Chezokargen or butter sculpture, the visual database of this, as well as the audio material and the interviews, so that the intangibles can be brought together, all that together now becomes part of archives. So archives is really becoming like the central, like the liver is for the body, I suppose. What am I talking about? So, so the archive becomes an important part of, it becomes an important engine for the preservation and the perpetuation of our memories. And it may also help in creation of new memories, if these records are able to be accessed and utilized. It is all about this mix of these things that we can do. It's not just taking of that record and putting it. That interaction with it for the future also is equally important. So the archives is not just archives is not like a sump that takes in things. I think the archives is something like a white, it's sort of also from the other side of the black hole. It just, there is this profusion of light that stems forth and is streamed across the universe of human living. And then you need to have those critical people to pick up those things and then utilize them and take them forward. Yeah, see, Einstein's 1912 manuscript on the special theory of relativity. How somebody picked that up because it was archived, and you pick up some things from that and then you build up upon it. So it's like that. And this is like, and for that, in order to create, Venkat said, let's talk about the development of infrastructure and all for archives. I'm giving you this background picture also. So we have to have this understanding, and then we have to understand the understanding of the materials first, whether it is audiovisual material or whether it is this paper material which is created in different places. Up in the mountains, for example, here in the West Kameng district of Arunachal Pradesh, how the raw materials are taken in, how they are processed, who are the people who create all this, what are the intangibles that go with this, what are the reasons and the time-tested practices and how they developed and why they developed. And interestingly, what is the parallel of these around the world? How did paper making all over the world eventually develop as a standard practice? They weren't sharing of emails or anything at that time, but everyone arrived at the same way to make paper. Everyone across the world, from South America to Africa to Europe to India to China, everybody came across the same way to make lime plasters, for example. A mixture of 2.5 of sand and 1 of lime. How did all the paper makers from Japan to South America to this mountain place in Arunachal, they all came up with the same systems, the same materials, same tools, literally the same practice of creating paper, right? And then the use for it. of writing, of making blocks, and then impressing the ink on it. Later on, using writing tools as a material, using relief, and then looking after things if it is of significance. I just came from conducting a workshop for His Holiness Dalai Lama Archive, Library of Tibetan Works and Archives in Dharamshala. And Geshe-la Agdullah said, you know, there's a significance for them for these. They are a nation that they are in exile. They have been made to flee their homes. You know what everybody brought? He said everybody brought their children with them. And the second thing everybody brought were the manuscripts and the wood blocks and the little cultural objects. So these were the two things parents brought with them. Their manuscripts, the archival material, their records, their memories, and their children. That for them was the way to preserve their civilization. And because there is a significance, they are looking after their collection. It is all about that. It's all about the traditional ways they've looked after them. And like they say in management also, if something is going well, just don't finger it there. Just let it be fine. If these manuscripts have been around for the last 800 years, they are materials that have been lying around for centuries, because of a certain way they have been kept, they have been safe, the way they have been wrapped, the way they have been bound between thick wooden covers, the way they have been boxed and buffered and kept in these chambers where there's not much movement of air. Let's not spoil that system. If not, celebrate it, appreciate it, and understand the science behind it, and keep it. And let's not remove and destroy all of these and create these new compactors for keeping our collections. But where there is a need to do that, please go ahead and do that. But in that case also, we need to understand the significance and the relevance of the infrastructure that we are creating for our archives. If the issue is only about ensuring that there are not too many fluctuations and that things are nicely kept quiet in quiet air, you can think of myriad ways in which you can create that system, you can create that environment. So it is not just one solution by an expert and the other by another expert. It is your own understanding of the way we need to keep it. I know. It's up to us to understand that to eat the egg in a hard manner, which I can cut it, I need to boil it. Whether you do it in a saucepan or in a cooker or in an egg boiler now that you get, it's entirely up to us, but one must understand the material, the equipment, the tools, what I need to invest in and how to use it. And most importantly, once we create this infrastructure for our museums and archives, how the hell do we maintain it? And that has become a big challenge. There is always, remember, there's always money for capital investment, always. Whether it's a grant, whether it's a donation, you do not have provision for maintenance of that material. At least when you invest in your infrastructure, when you buy the object, when you buy the capital goods, buy it along with a 5-year maintenance something. So at least it gets approved in the budget line item. It fits into the budget line item as capital investment, but at least for some years you got some maintenance with it. And then we must only invest in that much that we can actually use and utilize. The more things are used and utilized, the better they are. There is wear and tear, and that is good for the object and the collection and the infrastructure. If it is completely left aside, it rusts. In the metaphorical sense of the term, it rusts. This care of collections from ancient times has happened right across verdant valleys to riverine civilizations, to dry areas, to dry deserts, all over the place. Tropical South India, wrapping things in cloth. The basic logic is just wrap it in cloth so you can buffer in the effects of, you sway the child in, you wrap a child in swathes of cloth so that, the fellow is not affected by either the sun or the cold or things like that. You do the same thing with these manuscripts also. So this may be in South India in one of the collections, wrapped up in cloth. Red, yellow is stuff of conversations, light conversation actually. But the fact is it's wrapped in cloth. And these are archival photographs. I asked someone, give me the 1960s photographs of your collections at that time. So these are those photographs. Those things are still going strong. They're still like this. Nothing has changed. See, I'm talking about 60s. Yeah, there's always some damage. This is the Goa archives. This is now. They're still, this is on display. These are their books on display, or I don't know if there's something inside it, but you see, there is this thing about covering something. And red has become a practice, so we often don't know why we're using red, but anyway, it's there. And this is the way, even in the modern archives, this has been kept. So you see how we carry on our memories and our practices from earlier times to contemporary buildings, ancient practices, everything wrapped up. This is at the Tibetan archives. Look at the labeling, all that red that you see there. Where's the annotation thing? Annotation. किधर गया? यहीं तो रहता था. Anyway, so you see those, you see these labels. I mean, you're aware, all those white labels and the red labels you see, and these yellow things here that they hang out. These are all the labeling of it. The retrieval systems have been worked out by people from ancient times, modern times. And okay, you have a number of missions running across the country also for care of collections, for recording of for archival recording. All this huge effort is going waste, because if there's a catalogorum or something, what they call it, if there is something being created like that, the fields are not being filled correctly. There is no consistency in the way we are cataloging our materials when we are doing this tremendous effort of digitizing. See how sharp these UPI and these payments that you make on your phones are. So sharp. Our credit cards are all this plastic material and this UPI, they call it, no? What's wrong with our archives? I mean, why are our archival recordings so lackadaisical? Yeah. Maybe it's not so significant, all this stuff. Maybe that's the underlying reason why. Why is it not as crisp as all these things that this is developed over the past 5-7 years? I mean, in public use, so to speak. More after the pandemic even. Should be talking about 3 years, 4 years. But our archival systems, our recording of our manuscripts, all that has been happening for quite some time. We've all been aware of it. And we talk about it being a major thing we're doing, preservation of cultural heritage in the country and stuff like that. Maybe we're kidding ourselves. but there is not much rigor yet because of the brilliance in the systems around us. It is very much possible to dovetail this with that and get together a standard way, or if not standard, at least institution wise, it should be standard that the retrieval is solid and of use. Otherwise, it is just keeping things, and who's going to look at it later on? Because the elders who are familiar with these materials will pass away and move on. And therefore, it is very, very important that we look at the way we are putting in the fields, and we are, especially when we are digitizing our materials. And then, before creating infrastructure, we need to get people trained in the basics of things. This was a motley crowd of people working in institutions. The Tata Trust helped to conduct this workshop and many other workshops. And we were all looking after archival collections and museum collections. And it's about getting people together, getting them in a uniform as one unit, and doing basic practices and taking things forward. And the fact is that everyone responds extremely positively to any effort that brings a certain order into working. It's not like randomly electricians are coming into our house and asking us, "Aapke paas cello tape hai? Or do you have a screw?" And then after working, they leave the debris on the floor and stuff like that, and the stain on the wall. One of the biggest challenges that one has seen working these few decades in India with conservation of archival and heritage material is the organization of the workspace. We just don't have that concept. We have these blue, what do you call that? What's that color? Not blue, brown. We have these brown plywood tables on which our lunch boxes are, on which our attendance or record is also there, and our leave register is also there. And that's where also we bring in some pitiful little beakers and something, and we do some work. The organization of the workspace is the first step towards learning our craft. And it's only after learning the craft should we actually consider about building up our infrastructure. At the kitchen, we make sure that the place is organized first before we start cooking. At least shove everything away from the way, even if we don't want to make it a completely spick and span kitchen. At least a certain platform, a space has to be there for it. And people do it, and they do it really, really well. And what is interesting is when it comes to conservation of archival materials and conservation of museum materials, it is a finite set of interventions. It's so finite that it will not take us long to master those. But maybe we've created an aura about it that it's very complex, it's so technical conservation and all, so that we can carve a niche for ourselves. वो कहते हैं ना हिंदी में मिस्त्री की चाल, मिस्त्री अपनी चाल बना लेता अगले दिन के लिए. So he is indispensable the next day also. But we must remember that let's be realistic about it. There are certain interventions, they are time-bound interventions. That's another fallacy running around in conservation circles, that you cannot rush through conservation procedures. Hey, it's not as important as doing an open heart surgery. And you can't say open heart surgery I'm doing, you cannot rush me through it. There is an optimum time of intervention within which that rib cage must be closed back. You don't keep the person hanging there, not hanging there, but lying down on the table, a life hanging. and say this is a very important intervention, you cannot rush us into doing it. No, there is a certain optimum time within which it must be closed. Similarly, with all our libraries and our institutions and our manuscript collections and our archives. There are certain optimum periods of intervention. There are certain basic materials which one needs, and there are certain basic protocols and rigor and discipline with which certain things have to be done. So I think we should do it and get over with it. And it's not such a big deal. Whether it is the remedial conservation of materials or the preventive conservation of materials, it's a very finite set of information and practice. And let's not make fish climb trees. Let the people be who are most used, who are most adaptable to that sort of work to get on with the stuff. And let's have good managers to create an infrastructure for us. And that can be created to whichever level one wants. Whether it is in a conservation space or whether it is in a at a site, people respond to training very, very fast and train the trainers, and that's very important. It's not a joke. Just a quick needs assessment and a quick train some crews from people who are really good there, and just carry on with the things. And when it comes to creating infrastructure, you need is an empty space and you need a name. We cannot create conservation facilities for our records and everything by saying ek jagah de do, ek jagah de do. Take a jagah, take a small room, but name it. They will say, hey, jagah hai, ho jayega, aap kaam to shuru karo. Take up a space, name it something. Name it the Sunshine Conservation Unit, the Sunshine Archival Records Preservation Department, or whatever. And create a project which is tangible, which will show you a result within a month, not longer. 5 objects, 10 objects, physical results. Only when you create physical results, whether it is the development of an archives or creation of a storage, do 10 manuscripts in one box and show them the box. Everybody responds. You see, a skepticism sets in very fast because everybody's been saying, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. Unless we show tangible results, faith is not built even amongst colleagues. Forget between the institution and you and the boss and the institution and the donor. Faith can only be built by seeing things on the ground. One second. Just give me 1 second. Sorry. This was very important. After this talk, I have to fly off to Delhi. So there was an important message for that. All right. So that could have been my little water drinking break. So I'm sure you'll excuse me for that. Okay. So now when we're talking about creation of infrastructure, so once we've got that little space and we've given it a name, then there is something to relate to. And we've created a small tangible project. And then we should get up 1 or 2 people to do it. So this is an example, an empty space. You got little stuff, got it? Pick it up, pick up a small project, get some basic equipment, some basic materials, start off small. And as you grow, strategically, if we have a collection of various records, let's pick up one of this type of material, one of the printed material, one of the ink material, one of national importance, one of state importance. It's about the significance of things. And create it and then showcase it and slowly build it up. People always come together. And it's interesting, people come and back you when you're winners. Contrary to what, we always support people who are weak. We always support people who are weak. Works in certain contexts, but it does not work in the development of institutions and things. People often support those who deliver and who show that they're winners, which is not wrong, because it also means that you're supporting excellence. And the greater there is the growth of things and people who are excellent, it is very important for the country. And we must remember that the growth of an individual is extremely crucial, whether it is competence in any field of archiving. That individual's growth, the growth of the name of that individual, the name figuring in publications, the name figuring in conferences, as the individual grows and becomes competent and famous, so does the institution. And then so does the profession. And then this permeates across the country. So it's that everything sort of fluffs up together, it bakes together, it rises together at the right temperature. If the batter is mixed well, good training, good prioritized selection of materials, and a very sagacious and a very practical selection of infrastructure. Only get the things that are used for that project and build it up. And that is the only way infrastructure will be utilized and maintained. That maintained is very important. Only then do things go forward. And then things grow. This is just now, I just left the institution. This is the last parting little sort of effort. And now they got a nice spick and span, another place, and a solid group of people, well-trained. And this institution is going to do well too. Like many across the country that are coming up, by the way. You'll be surprised the number of institutions coming up across the country for the conservation of archival materials and for other manifestations of cultural heritage. Calcutta, Bangalore, up in the mountains, Nainital, Rajasthan, I mean, just name it. In every city, in every place, people are coming up. What is happening is, for some reason, there is this huge collimation of thought. There is a number of people want to set up. I don't know whether it is about, it's interesting. People are all waking up to the fact that they must preserve the memories and perpetuate them and showcase them. Mathas, monasteries, cultural institutions, archives, corporate bodies, museums, schools, colleges, universities, families. या तो ईगो का इशू हो रहा है कि अपना जीवन मतलब बिल्कुल अमर हो जाना है और अपना नाम अमर रहे type of thing. Or is it, in some cases, it is driven by the need or understanding that it's significant that the fabrics of my guru are preserved for the future. Because unless the physical material is there, how do you pass on a certain principle? How do you pass on a certain practice? So that there is a tangible connect to it. So there is that sort of thing that is driving the creation of archives and museums. And why I'm saying this over and over again is there is suddenly this archives and material heritage coming together. Everything is becoming archives. Because memories, we are realizing, is not just on paper. That silo is gone now. It's all come together. It's the mind is blown. It's like all memories are, everybody's like, memories are not just here, memories are there imbued in everything around us. Everything is important. You had the Partition Museum coming up, the phenomenal audio records for it. They're all part of archival material. And people are really honing on to this term archives. They're finding it also cool, which is good. Stuff coming up, infrastructure, equipment, materials, everything coalescing together. There are a huge number of grants available for archives. You'll be shocked. It's all going unutilized. There are not enough people to tap these resources. Ironic again. Because to get those resources means you have to work to utilize those resources and then submit records and be open for audits also. So a lot of institutions say, forget it. Let's just forget it. But if you're diligent enough, it's there for the taking, for the utilizing. I mean, these are airports coming up with, they're calling it archiving heritage. Museums are coming up with 6,000 objects collected from across the subcontinent and set up in the Bombay archives, creating workspaces to conserve them before they are displayed for the public. This, at Sikkim, those few photographs I showed you, 10 days workshop, we said, you need that little room. So within this building, there were certain rooms. We took those rooms, we named those rooms as this unit, that unit, that unit. Tomorrow they may take off the boards, but that day, that week, we put those names there. I think the names are still there. They've not removed them. And that's the time to now set it up as a conservation unit. And that is how things are done, by just doing it first. You know, everything has a gestation period. A child, 9 months. Put in the seeds, 9 months. A corporate enterprise, 3 years. Companies break even, 2, 3 years, 4 years, 3 years, 4 years. There is that time. Everything in nature has a certain time. A court case, a certain time. By the time the out-of-court settlements start hitting in. Stuff like that. The faster we set up the unit, the faster that institution grows up. The NCBS set it up. It's strong now. Everybody knows about it across the country. Because the activities are the ones that enliven it. Unless the activity calendar is prepared, there is no growth for the institution. The infrastructure, the people and the activities, once that is settled, the people, your team is selected and the activity is selected, the rest gets filled in. Yeah. The infrastructure comes in, the funds come in, the protocols come in, but you have to have the people. And then the space builds around it. A shelter comes up only when there's a person who needs the shelter. A shelter doesn't come up in the jungle, whether it's in the wild by that guy, whoever that guy is, or whether it is on the platform or on the street bench. The individual has to be there. and the activity, he needs to sleep and shelter from the rain, then the shelter comes up. And that's how our archival, our infrastructure for conservation comes in. We have to have that activity. Resources, you should not even think about them. They will just come in. They'll just flow in. They flow in. It always flows downwards towards us. And even after we do all that, what do we put it for is what matters, right? Our training, our collaboration, getting together today to chat about this, that's all good. Now even this event that we are getting together for, and I was asked to give a chat before I fly off to Delhi. It's really up to us. This again is from the Panchatantra. It's a great book, by the way. It's that the verses are fantastic. And this Arthur W. Ryder's translations are just brilliant. In case of horse or book or sword or woman, man or lute or word, the use or uselessness depends on qualities the user lends. True for archival equipment, infrastructure, materials, us as practitioners, us as users, everything. Right? I think I'll close this now. And I'll just take on a few chats, a few questions from you. It's 10:52. I have 8 minutes to close my talk. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this. Thank you. Venkat, if you would like to. Any comments or anything that anybody would like to share?
Thank you. Thanks so much, Anupam. Thanks for doing this. This was fun. This was overwhelming. This was inspiring, slightly trippy, if I may, and moving as I had expected it to be. So thanks for inspiring, as you always have. I'm going to take it back to the audience, both online and in person, to sort of, just shout out, raise your hands, and we'll bring the mic over to you. Or if you're online, I guess you can raise a hand there as well. I see a hand up in the online, and then I'll hand it over to Sudhir after that. Bhakti, if you could.
Thank you so much, Venkat. And thank you, Anupam, for this amazing talk. I'm Bhakti. I'm joining you from the Central University of Gujarat. I've been attending these Milli Sessions for the last 3 years, and I have to give credit that you're bringing all of us together. The talk was amazing, Anupam. I do have a question, because you spoke a lot about the contribution of archives and museums. And in your talk, I also found that there was continuous reference to discovery and access. So coming from the library and information science field, and we've been looking at, catalogs and digital archive catalogs, and we find that there are issues when it comes to people able to find these archives, because there are amazing archives which are developing all of a sudden. They are erupting all over the country. But unlike if we come to the Milli platform, that's where we actually come to know about them. And we have students who are working on this. They've also been in touch with Venkat. What do you think, Anupam, is the role that when it comes to discovery and access, do you see a role for the libraries or skills? Because you said, skills are required for people to be able to correctly at least identify and what we technically give is a term as metadata. We give for every item that is being added. And we know that there are international standards being followed. And India also, there are a few of them being followed. So do you see a concrete role for the libraries or the skilled catalogers in this movement of archives and digital archives?
I mean, as I mentioned earlier, thank you, Bhakti. As I mentioned earlier, I mean, as a layperson, as far as this cataloging and this thing is concerned, when I'm seeing the biggest challenge in India is when it comes to, one is the tangible preservation of your cultural elements. which is bound by the fact of mathematics of time and space and, you know, individuals interacting and hands, two hands a person has. But the larger thing of at least preserving the information that is there. So, you know, so many missions that are happening across the country for preservation of the, you know, or digitization of the materials. And the biggest, it's all, if I may say, it would have been so much more successful if we could have cataloged things better. If the culture of libraries, the way it evolved as a science, if that would permeate into all our vendors who are doing this phenomenon, who've been let loose like swarms to digitize our materials. If they would just follow a certain system, you said that there are few international systems, there are few national systems, there are, even if every institution creates its own system from the state library, if librarians can come together with the archivists and with the architects are also important people, they know how to structure things. If you can come together and create that system of retrieval, which will also only happen when there is a system of putting in the data in a certain manner, which can be retrieved. Chakravyuh jaisa thodi na andar ghus gaye fir bahar nahi nikalna jante hain. Dono kaam karne hain. And I think you have a very big responsibility and a role, and I think it's time all of us realize that, because our missions, it's public money, it's going waste in my country. So much digitalization happening, and there's no system for, you know, even the categorization of the material, the spellings, forget the fields, even the basic feeding in is not happening. That's all I can say, but it's time to do it. I completely agree with what you're saying.
Thank you so much, Anupam. I do agree that we all need to join hands, because there is a real criminal waste going on, because we've been looking at archives which are being digitized, but they are not seeing the light of the day. That's what's happening. Thank you so much.
So
very nice talk. Thank you. It's a slightly abstract question. So look globally and historically, what is the relationship between culture and archives? I mean, are there cultures which maintain archives? Are there cultures which don't maintain archives? And what do you think are those attributes? And can culture be changed to maintain archives and not maintain archives?
So you're asking me, I got it from the distance, the relationship between culture and archives.
So are there fundamentally cultures which are sort of pro-archival, pro-museums? Is there a certain sort of structural basis to why certain countries have maintained archives and museums so well?
Okay, no, very good point, very good point. Very good point, very abstract, but very real also. I think it's like I said, culture and archives. I think it stems from that first thing that I mentioned was about the significance of things. The faster or the moment or that the level at which an individual, the way an individual understands the significance of a certain material, the individual archives it, using archives as a verb. They archive it. Whether they archive it in their heart, a certain saying from a guru or a person who impresses you, you archive that information. Then you temper it and you share it in your own way, in your own style. That's also an archiving. So I think it is first about the significance of things. And then if significance forms, if that process of assigning a significance to a certain thing assumes a presence in the minds of a number of human beings, I don't know how it works physically or metaphysically, but it forms a critical mass, and that idea takes shape and it creates a life of its own, and it runs in a community. It runs in a people. And that is the culture, that the significance is has become almost an ominous presence an ominous, a presence, then that becomes a culture of archiving also. I think just in a few words, I think this is what I'll say just now. But I completely, and I love what you said. I'll also think about it a little more.
Thanks, Sudeep. Thanks, Anupam. Maybe two more questions, just so that people get time to have tea and coffee. I saw one from Ishita and then one from the back there. So, or the other way around, because the mic is there first. Please. And if you could introduce yourself also, that'll be great. Thank you.
I'm Sudeep from JNU.
And closer, because you may not be able to hear you.
I'm Sudeep from JNU. Thanks for this very engrossing lecture. My question pertains to one of the things that you said at the back end of your presentation, which is about memory. So usually we associate archives with something which is tangible, like artifacts, something which you can see and hold and even feel. But what about memory, and who gives credence to memory? How do memory acquire significance or acceptance in academia and otherwise?
That it's a deep question. मैं इसमें क्या आंसर करूं?
So the reason why I asked this question is that I can also come up with a lot of memories which have been passed down from one generation to the other. But who gives credence to these memories? How by a significance? And
okay, so there are two things. There are two things. One is who gives credence to it and who gives credit to it, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so I think as far as memories are concerned, I think memories are, there are many things which are ours, you know. Our memories, if you notice, even with yourself, whether you, when you see a good movie, you share it with somebody always. अरे यार ये पिक्चर देखना है या ये सीरियल आजकल नेटफ्लिक्स में बहुत सही चल रहा है. You know, have you noticed you always share things which make you happy? You feel happy when someone also says ये movie देख के आजा बहुत अच्छी लगेगी. It tends to make you one happy. So sharing memories is, I think, a human need also. And memories are something that have, these are things, there are hundreds of things that have impacted us, of which, a few of which we have memories. The mind chucks the rest of it out. Or keeps it in the background when there's a smell of something. And you say, "Arey, Lucknow mein to aise hi mohalle mein khushbu aati thi." Suddenly Lucknow comes up as a memory. So I think the credit of memories issue is not, I don't think there's an issue of credit of memories. You can, it's up to you to say, "Arey, mere pitaji aisa kehte the," ya hamare guruji aisa kehte the, ya Panchatantra mein aisa likha tha. I don't know Vishnu Sharman from Adam, you know, when he wrote the Panchatantra. But the fact is, that is as far as the credit I can give. As a matter of respect, हम कहते ना, अरे हमारे गुरुजी ने ये बोला था, या बुजुर्गों ने बोला था ऐसा. In any way, even if you say that, it is about, you know, we remember our ancestors so far away also. So I think that is itself a beautiful intangible of something about giving credit in that manner. And regarding giving credence to memories, and I think these are our individual choices and filtering systems, and the filtering systems of our Shrota, the people who are listening to us. How much do they take your word for granted? How much do they take your word for it? हाँ यार इसने बोला था तो सही बोला होगा. So with memories, it is also that. Just, you know, so for example, I remember going to this rock art site, and वहाँ पर जो local लोग कहते थे, वो कहते थे, अरे वहाँ पर बहुत हजारों वर्ष पहले एक चिनुक आया था, एक spark आया था वहाँ पर जंगल में. It's a memory of those people. And if I am now working with the German team to understand, and meteorites eventually have been found there, I am giving credit to the memory of those people there, but I can only articulate it in so many words of that community in Garjan Pahad or something in Odisha, in Sundargarh district. Naam bhi kitna sundar hai, Garjan Pahad. Aise karke. So that is how much of a memory I can give. See, I'm also responding to your question in my spontaneous manner. So this is stuff of conversation and we can take it on later on. Take it up further later on. But just quick responses to what you said from my understanding of your question. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Thanks, Anupam. One last one before we break for tea, Ishita.
Hello, audible. Hi, Anupam, Ishita here. Thank you so much for this reminder talk on a Friday morning. Because you mentioned so much about traditional systems in which the archives were found or were kept, I wanted to ask you further about your comment on the changing nature of architecture, the environment, and the climate. Because the moment we keep saying that they were kept in a certain way for 100 years, 200 years, it brings up very strong questions about the changing environmental situations. The architecture is not the same anymore. The weather is not the same anymore. So can we hold on to the traditional ways completely? Or how do we respond to the change? And the other part to this question, or the other way to ask this question, is that not everyone is making institutional archives. So everyone doesn't have the resources for buildings and the kind of architecture which might be best suited. So how would you respond to both of these?
Yeah, so this finds reflection in what I initially also talked about, is that we must understand what is it that we want to do. And then whether it's a traditional system or a modern system, both of them need to be checked and the best incorporated from it, the practical incorporated from it. If we are saying that the safest way in a dusty environment is to protect the object from dust, then whether you do it in a traditional box or you put a modern box, or you, it's up to us. Invest in a new box or to use a traditional box. But we must remember, we must use our mental faculties to understand that if I put it in this new iron box, the rust will stick to the object eventually in due course of time. For a traditional one, if you know that those boxes are always eaten up by insects, and you still go for that traditional system with that material, you again end up in a mess. So it is up to us to use a vivek, as they call it, vivek, and say, remember, it is not the traditional or the modern. They are both systems. Whichever works well. Copper was used and mixed with brass to create a certain alloy in a traditional system. It works extremely well in a modern context also, because it is found that it has a certain relevance and it works. Bronze with tin will make, copper with tin will make bronze, and it makes a nice material for sculpture, as it did when they called it Madhuchishta Vidhan, all the hundreds and hundred centuries back. So I think it's not about modern systems and traditional systems. If something is time tested, if it is working well, use it. You can also, you can either cover yourself with yak, a cloak made of Zoe's hair or yak hair, or you can buy a Gore-Tex warm material. You need to keep your body temperature at 98.4 degrees, comfortable enough. And if both of them work, then both are equally good, yeah. Okay, Ishita.
Thanks, Anupam. She doesn't have the mic. We stole it from her.
Okay.
But thanks so much, Anupam. Thanks to the audience. Let's give a round of applause to Anupam again for the wonderful.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you very much.
You might realize you're traveling today, so safe travels. And if you're able to join later,
I will in between. I'll switch on the phone. Thank you so much. Cheers, everybody. Have a good day. Bye.
You take care. Thanks so much. Those of us in the audience in person, there is tea and coffee, I think, just outside. So we can step out for that. We will start sharp at 11:30 because we have a tight schedule further ahead. So see you at tea, just outside. Thanks for being here. And those online will start at 11:30, as I said. All right, thanks. Oh, and yeah, don't let me stop you from opening your wallets to donate.
The Director of Heritage Preservation at Area Private Limited, overseeing a wide range of conservation initiatives and delivering exceptional services to clients. So, and she has done major projects which involves the conservation of a renowned golden temple, which is like Sri Harmandir Sahib Ji in Amritsar, Punjab, and Krishna Temple in Kishankot, Punjab. And she has also been successfully conserved significant textile pieces, including the Chola Sahib Ji wool by the 6th Guru, and Sri Hargobind Sahib Ji and Dastar Sahib Ji of the 10th Guru, Sri Guru Gobind Ji. And she also has experience in conservation of archives and books with projects involving revered works such as Guru Granth Sahib Ji and Janam Sakhi, had museum upgradation plan approved by the Ministry of Culture and the museum design and set up in Solan, Himachal Pradesh. And she also conducts many online courses and shares her experience in the field of conservation. So now I would like to hand over the stage to Namita. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this nice and kind introduction. How can I share? Can I share my screen? Are the permissions there?
Yes, you have the permission, please.
Okay. So, is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I would first of all like to thank Milli for this opportunity to talk about paper conservation. And it was really nice listening to Anupam Shah a while ago. And he has given a very nice bird eye view of the paper conservation field, archival conservation field in our country. And shown us a lot of good labs also in India. Rather, they're the best, one of the best labs in India, the CSMVS, and a very nice archival collection of Tibetan archives in Dharamshala. So my presentation now would be more of, you can call it an introduction to the technical part, and not of that much of a visual view of labs and all. So I hope you like it. And my voice is echoing somehow and it's disturbing. If there is some mic on, I would request you to put it on mute. So today we are talking about archival and paper conservation. And I would like to introduce, though we have already talked a lot at length about archival collections and their importance and how we should go about their conservation. Just in 2 slides, I would like to introduce that we as a humanity, and I'm keeping in mind the question in the last session about who gives these manuscripts the credit of whether they should be conserved or saved or not. So this I would like to answer after these 2 slides. The humanity as such, we the Homo sapiens, are special. We have the power of knowledge. And each generation evolves better in gaining knowledge, means it gains knowledge faster as compared to the previous one, because it would have to spend less time in grasping the knowledge that has already been attained by the previous generations, because they already find that in a record form. So this can happen only if the previous generations preserve the knowledge and advance their advanced understanding in some tangible form that can be referred by the coming generations. So this sums up how we are different, how we have a lot of knowledge database, and how we need to preserve it in some tangible form. And as we know that if we go into the history, that the knowledge and data has been recorded on many different types of material like metal, stone, clay tablets, leaves, bark, cloth, and more recently, paper. And before I go into the details of the paper and what exactly is required in paper conservation and what are the precautions we should take while setting up an archival conservation lab or some facility for basic treatment in archives. I would like to mention, I would like to answer that question, that who gives the credit? Now, we all as a unit do this thing. The whole human civilization maybe acts like one mind, one body, and we are just parts of it. And when a lot of us believe that this information is important and it should be preserved, we take that extra step of preserving it in a tangible form. There is a little exception to it, a very small, but that also do keep a record. And that is that group of people maybe who have this thing that they don't want to share knowledge. So knowledge sharing, it is a universal and without any time limit, it is always there. Knowledge sharing is a basic thing. But even if we see in the present scenario, there would be many of us who won't believe in knowledge sharing. But still, we'll keep a record, maybe for our own selves or our own benefit. So whatever is useful, whatever is important, and whatever is good, the human beings, they prefer to record it, to preserve it for posterity. Now, talking about paper, here we are specifically talking about the paper-based material. As I was informed, like this is basically on paper conservation. So we'll be focusing on paper conservation. But in paper itself, we'll find that in a single archive, you'll find so many different kinds of paper, depending on the raw materials and techniques used in their manufacture. And if you see the pictures on the left and the middle picture, there are two advertisements of, you can call it a medicine or a salt that we use even today, to this day, Eno. And the left picture is from, this advertisement is from a magazine which was printed in 1911. And the other one is from a magazine that was printed in 1946. And in the picture, I'm not sure if it would be very clear, but they were in our lab, both these magazines. And we know that the advertisement on the left, which is from 1911, was much more stable and hadn't yellowed at all, while the one from 1946 magazine was quite yellow and very brittle. So, though we know that paper being organic, it ages with time. It will slowly turn yellow and brittle, become acidic and all. But a lot depends on the raw material and the techniques used in its manufacture, which will decide how fast it would age. So the speed and extent of aging depends on the type of paper, and some pages age much faster than others, and in completely different ways. It is written full stop because I was dictating this presentation. So instead of putting a full stop, it's written like that. These are some more examples of a paper which has aged much faster. So this is even younger than that 1946 paper, but it is so brittle. It is very difficult to handle this. You can't even pick it up. And if you want to turn around or flip, or it would break into pieces. This is another example. In a book form, it is even more difficult in that kind of paper because it is bound and you need to open it, you need to flip the pages. So as soon as you try to flip, it will break off. So now I'll just go through very fast through the deteriorating agents that cause paper deterioration before we talk about the conservation and the precautions and all. Now this I have taken, though it must be very familiar thing for you that what are the deteriorating agents, but how far, to what extent they can damage, we'll see in some of the pictures that I'll be showing alongside. And I have seen that even though all of us, all the archives know that these are the problems, somehow we tend to neglect or tend to forget about the precautions that we can take for to prevent these deteriorating agents. For example, the storage, the wooden storage or the storage in a red cloth, that is very common, and it is to some extent, to a large extent, it is useful also because we believe that insects are colorblind and they won't cross the red color. But I have seen, I have found, I have received huge books which were wrapped in red cloth, but they were badly eaten by termite. So we'll go into all the details, and I want to discuss in these 2-3 slides and a lot of pictures about the damage that these deteriorating agents can do if we do not take care, or we just tend to feel that, okay, everything is fine. It is in a cupboard or a cabinet, and we are watching it all the time. So, but we are not doing dusting maybe, or it is not dust free. So we feel that it's okay. But when one fine day, if we pick out the object, it might be badly damaged. The first thing is light. We all know that exposure to light, especially the UV part and IR part, can cause paper to fade, get brittle, and undergo chemical changes. And the prolonged exposure can lead to reversible damage. But even then, we tend to frame the things, put them on wall for long periods of time, and we tend to forget about choosing the light source wisely. So, and I have seen museums which have a lot of, the architecture was created deliberately to introduce a lot of sunlight because it was thought that it would be good and it would be more sustainable. It would make us use less electricity. But somehow, if it is coming into, and we are not judicially designating the galleries to paperwork. Like we can choose a gallery which is getting less amount of light. Similarly, the racks and all, they should be positioned in such a way that no direct sunlight is coming. They're not facing some big window or something. So these things can be done. And temperature and humidity, we all know that the fluctuations will cause expansion and contraction, which will create stress and mechanical damage. And the high humidity can also promote mold and mildew growth. And I would like to, though it is also in the biological factors, the microorganisms and insects, I would like to show you especially the mold growth. Now, the top left picture is about a manuscript which somebody had framed and displayed in their house. So it was always visible, so they felt that it is quite safe, but the framing wasn't proper. So eventually it was affected by fungus. This picture is not doing justice to exactly what happened to this manuscript. It was badly damaged by a lot of green colonies of fungus. On the top right, you can see it is this is a roll of drawings, but they are not open properly. It is in a rolled form because it is badly affected by a fungus. The bottom picture is after opening that roll. We found that from inside also everything was damaged, and this was again a species of aspergillus which is black in color. So it looked from a distance, it looked like it has been burned. This paper has been burned. So, apart from this, there are air pollutants which can cause accelerated aging, and insects in the biological factors, which is quite common in our country, especially in hilly areas or the foothills, like in Chandigarh, where we are living. So a lot of termite is there. I've seen it in Gujarat also. Rather, I got one of the projects because the whole collection was damaged by a termite attack, and it was in Gujarat. Apart from these basic four, there is other factors are improper handling and storage. This is again very important. These are the four things that I want to talk about. The acidic material, it is not the acidic material like inherent to the paper, but that we have added in the form of sellotapes or adhesives, which are acidic. And somehow I haven't added some pictures. The whole project was like, had a collection of photographs and drawings and information, which was pasted with the acidic glue. So it was very difficult to take it off, but it was very visible that wherever that glue was applied, it was brown. The paper had turned brown. I have very nice pictures of that, but because of shortage of time, I couldn't add those pictures. I've just added one of sellotape. Then there's water damage. Water damage can cause stains, tide lines, and many complicated things. And it can also lead to the mold growth, which will complicate the situation. Then inherent wise, and some paper, book, and material may have the inherent problems. And it might be having a lot of lignin content or some other impurities which are discoloring the paper and making it age fast. So I'll go one by one. First is the improper handling and storage. Now, we all use U-clips in our archives, and we feel that they are made of either aluminum or steel, so they won't rust. But these are not very old archival collections. With the close-up is not very old. It is from maybe 60 years old or 70 years old. And it has got these rust marks. And secondly, we might tend to, the oversized documents, we might tend to fold them and store them. And we don't realize that over the period of time, these folds would become, at these points, the paper will become weak. And eventually it may just split from those areas. The central picture is one such example where it was split from all the fold lines. So this is an example where the sellotape adhesive, which must be transparent when it was used by whoever tried to repair these broken pages, which are not that yellow, but quite brittle, so they are breaking into pieces. So somebody must have tried to preserve them, but not knowing that this transparent adhesive will turn brown, and eventually the plastic portion would be lost and the adhesive will just burn the paper. This is an example of water damage. And this is the inherent problem of the paper. We have done many handwritten manuscripts in our lab and on site also, and they were much older than this particular manuscript, and they were in much better condition. This was comparatively quite new, but because of the quality of the paper, it was breaking into pieces everywhere. Now, one deteriorating factor that is most dangerous than all is human factor. It is not just vandalism when a person is deliberately damaging something, and ignorance is another one. And the biggest one is incompetence, where a person might be responsible for preserving something, but doesn't know the exact and the right ethical ways of doing that work. So an untrained conservator can potentially cause several types of damage to paperwork due to their lack of knowledge and experience. And here are some common examples. So I'll just start from the cleaning step. So incorrect cleaning techniques can do a great deal of irreversible damage, because cleaning is one thing which is irreversible. In conservation, we say that we are using everything reversible, this and that, according to ethics. But whatever said and done, one of the three main steps are cleaning, consolidation, and preservation. And consolidation can be reversible, preventive coating can be reversible, but cleaning is one step, and the basic and the first step, which cannot be reversible, because you're removing something from the original material. And in that process, if something original also goes away, you cannot put it back. So if some harsh cleaning agents or excessive moisture or aggressive scrubbing is done, it can cause ink smudging, color bleeding, paper fiber loss, and surface abrasions. So it is very dangerous for the archival material. Unsuitable repair material is the next one. Using inappropriate adhesives, tapes, or repair material can cause long-term damage to the paper. Non-archival tapes, glues, and adhesives that contain acidic components. I can give a complete separate lecture on this particular point, because we have come across so many such examples and have so many pictures, which I couldn't add in this particular presentation because of lack of time. And I wasn't sure exactly what I'm expected of. So this is one major problem that we face in our conservation lab, that the repairs are done by people who don't know exactly. At times, it is not that person's fault, because they are doing it in a good faith and with a belief that they are saving something. But the sad part is when it is being done by someone who knows that this might be wrong. And I can first cross-check with my colleagues or somebody and then go about it. So, or somebody who's in a rush and is not making a proper documentation first and not giving time to decision making. So then it is sad and wrong. Inadequate structural reinforcement techniques can also be a problem, and they can. Now, this is a such example. This is handwritten hukamnamas, they call in Sikh culture, of their 10th Guru. It has been signed by him, and more than 300 years old. So around 350 years old, more than 350 years old. And it was laminated in a good faith. That lamination will protect it forever. But we all know that this plastic lamination, it is done by 2-3 things. Either it is adhesive based or it is heat sensitive, some adhesive. And after some decades, say maximum 4 or 5 decades, it will start splitting. And in the process, you won't be able to save the surface of the paper. The legibility would be at risk. It will go with the plastic sheet, because it is a basic law of physics that when 2 things that are joined for some time, or maybe with an intention to be forever, whenever they will split, sometime they will move apart because of environmental factors or different other reasons. And whenever they separate, they split apart, the weaker one is sacrificed. So here, the plastic sheet and that strong adhesive of the laminate is stronger, much stronger than the paper. So the paper would be sacrificed. And the framing is also wrong. The board that is, and throughout the world rather, and everywhere over here, we see that we put a plywood or a cardboard at the backing of the frame. And it's not framers' fault. They don't know that it might do some damage to the archival material. Any wood or cardboard is very acidic and would release VOCs throughout their life, and which is damaging for the paper. So this is the backside of the same document. On the backside also there was something written, and this is just an attempt to show you that it is splitting, and it was required to. And somehow, though lamination is irreversible, and it is very difficult to separate it and carefully save the paper, somehow we could manage that. And this is after removing from the lamination, and there was a little loss on the top right thing over here, and it was filled. And it is, we haven't given even the lamination of Japanese tissue paper. These days, I have seen that even in our state or national archives, everywhere, it is a routine process to put a Japanese tissue paper, and that also 9 GSM, on top and bottom, means on both the sides, without taking the time to see if it requires it or not. That should be our last resort, to put a sheet of anything, including the Japanese tissue paper. If it has to be given, like if it is so weak that it cannot be handled or even stored without any kind of support, then we have different other things. And if it has to be given on the front, it should not be 9 GSM. It should not be off-white 9 GSM. It should be either 4 GSM. And we do have 2.5 GSM also, which is much thinner than that and would not affect the legibility to that extent as the 9 GSM would do. But I've seen even the tender documents where they are asking for, this is a condition that you have to put 9 GSM front and back. And somehow I fail to understand. I have never even applied for such tenders. So incorrect humidity and temperature conditions. Now, inadequate control of humidity. I feel that temperature fluctuations are not that drastic. They won't drop and rise in sharp way. They are like gradually they move, but the humidity fluctuations are more damaging. So maybe we know that in this area, there's a problem of humidity fluctuation. It suddenly rains and then suddenly there is a sunshine and all. And still we are not taking any step to control that. So that is again another problem, that is because of wrong decision of the caretakers or the conservators themselves. Insufficient documentation is again another point. I'm just going a little fast now because I think I just have a little time left. It's already 12. Mishandling, improper storage, lack of understanding of the paper characteristics. This is very important. So it's essential to entrust the conservation of paperwork to trained professionals with expertise in paper conservation. Their knowledge, skills, and adherence to ethical standards ensure that appropriate and reversible treatments are applied, preserving the integrity and longevity of the paper material. Now, next of my slides are all about the basic conservation processes. I'll just mention the preventive conservation measures because I think the time won't allow. You can just let me know in the chat or by unmuting yourself and telling me that how long can I take after this. Okay. So anyway, I'll just try to at least mention the preventive conservation measures.
Yeah, you might take another 2 minutes.
Okay, so storage and handling protocols to minimize the risk. The proper housing, the way we just mentioned, like these are the acid-free boxes. And in the right picture, you see that they are again kept in bags, which are basically food grade, which don't allow humidity and even the air to pass through it. And they have some oxygen scavengers, so there's no oxygen in those bags. So they are made in that way. I won't go into the details, how they are made, how that microenvironment is created is in this particular picture. I'll just explain this picture and then try to wind up. So this is how these bags are created. This is a special plastic, though it looks like a normal plastic, but it has 3 to 5 layers. And we put, if you see this, I'll just. Yeah. Somehow, if you can see my cursor, so in this picture, an oxygen scavenger packet is kept so that after sealing, if there is any oxygen left, it can be absorbed by this oxygen scavenger. So what we do in these bags before heat sealing them is that we remove all the air and including the oxygen. And after taking out all the air out of these bags, we insert some inert gas like nitrogen. So we have a Y hose over here. So first we open one hose, which is connected to the vacuum pump, and we just take out all the air, and then we close this hose and open the next one through which the nitrogen gas enters, and then we heat seal it with this machine kept over there. So this has to be done at a particular temperature, because at every temperature there's a different requirement of these. So that was about how we create a special environment for very important documents. If you have something that you want to keep for posterity, you can keep in these bags. Next slides are more about the cleaning. So I'm just rushing through it. I'm not describing anything. This is all about why we need to clean, why is dry cleaning important, and when we should not surface clean. So these are the conditions where we do not have to clean the surface with dry methods, and various methods of dry cleaning, then aqueous cleaning, and then why the aqueous cleaning is done, when it should not be done. So these are those things. I'm not going through it. And this is about the aqueous cleaning. This is video. And this is slant wash technique. This is the float wash technique, when we cannot submerge the whole document or the object, but just we want to expose the back of that paper or object to the paper. Then we have screen washing. We have capillary unit washing. This is again a very interesting and effective way of washing without immersing the paper object or paper document in the water. And this is blotter wash. So I'm not going into all these. Then we have gels for localized treatment as well as the complete treatment. So this is a comparison of, just a minute. So these diagrams are giving a comparative view of immersion wash, float wash, blotter wash, and the localized gel treatment. So how the aqueous immersion wash is very aggressive, but less in control. It is very effective also, but if you think that something might come off, so it's very difficult to control it. So you shouldn't go for it. Now, the float wash is not very aggressive, but less in control, but more in control as compared to the immersion wash. It is also effective. And the gel localized treatment is not at all aggressive and very much in control and quite effective. And these are the comparative things. I'm not going into the details because we don't have time. Stabilization and repair. So these were how they should be done and what should be avoided, what material should be used and what should not be used in tear mending and the edge mending. Then deacidification, the benefits and limitations when we should not do the deacidification process, and which one to decide how. So these are different various processes by which deacidification can be done. Then the environment control in display and storage, encapsulation, mounting. So I'm so very sorry. I was very slow in the beginning, I think, so I couldn't make it through all the slides in details. Now it is over to you for any questions. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for the information. I totally agree that we have a little time constraint, and it was very informative, and I hope it was useful. And I would like to ask, like, if there is any quick 1 or 2 questions, because we are running a little late. So, any questions?
Hi, it's Sakshi from St. John's. I had a question regarding the information that is part of this kind of work. It's not very accessible to most people, and from what I see, most archives can't really afford the kinds of processes that would be necessary to maintain most people. So I would just like to update on that.
I somehow the voice wasn't very clear, so I couldn't understand. If somebody can repeat it to me. And what I could understand from what I heard was that it is inaccessible, these processes and techniques. Is that what you want to say, that these things are inaccessible to common archives and libraries?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So you'll be surprised that whoever wants to know, they find a way. I always tell, some people just tell me that you shouldn't be just sharing everything, means knowledge should not be shared that openly. It can be used in a wrong way. Somebody can use it, like you mentioned, some chemical, and they'll use it without a thought. So my answer is that whoever wants to learn, they'll find a way. And I have found people have come to me, our lab, and learned the archival conservation for their collections. They didn't have much of means and resources, but they wanted to learn. And from throughout the world, rather, people who want to, and India especially, people who want to learn, even for their heirloom, their personal collections, they make an effort and they'll go a little step further to learn. So it's not that difficult. These processes are not difficult. These materials are not that difficult to acquire. So, like for example, the anoxia, which I always favor because it is a very safe method of storage and display and everything. We use pesticides which are very poisonous throughout the world, throughout India especially. We use pesticides till now, till date. In almost all the archives, the pesticides are used. And if you go for anoxia, which is safer, you'll find machines which are worth 35 lakh, 40 lakh, 50 lakh. But if you are interested, whatever the setup I showed you, it was prepared in-house. The Y hose was created with almost no money. It was just a plastic pipes joined in a Y shape with the knobs. And the plastic we had to buy. And if we have the will, we can find those resources to buy the plastic. Nitrogen cylinders you get everywhere. And heat seal machine is quite cheap if you want to get. So instead of spending 50 lakhs or 30, 40 lakhs on that huge machine, if you have a smaller collection or if you want to do it slowly at your own pace, you can create that setup. So the thing is that all this information, like this particular event, I'm really thankful to Milli for this. These are the events that create awareness about the things that can be done. So it's not that these are inaccessible or these processes, anything, whatever we do is not inaccessible. It is just you need to learn, you need to be at the right place to learn that thing from the right person, whatever, organization. And yes, you can do it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shanita ma'am. And thanks for sharing your expertise and knowledge and showing some light on the materials to use and maybe not to use. And the pins or the sellotapes, which we very commonly come across in the archives, any archives. And thanks for showing the results, like how eventually it would end up over a period of time. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you all. Thank you for this event. Thank you for inviting me. And I hope it was helpful.
Yes, it was very helpful. Okay. Now, thank you so much, ma'am. And now we have Mr. Sujit Singh. So he's a book conservator from Chandigarh, and he is here with us and shares a few like his experience and preservation of book. He basically runs his own firm called Heritage Rescuer, and he is also part of Poti Seva Trust, London, and he actually even has a Indian franchise here at Chandigarh, and he's been involved with Tata Trust and many other foundations where he shares knowledge on book binding and preservation of books. And thank you so much, Sujit, for joining us. And I would hand over the platform to you, and please. And we are very sorry that we got a bit late, and please keep an eye on the time. And yeah, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me once again. Okay. So hope this is visible. Is this visible? Hello.
Hello, yes, hello, yes, yeah, it is visible and audible. And it would be great if you could talk little louder.
Is this visible?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes, it is visible.
Okay, done. So my topic is about conservation of book. Means to conserve, especially binding structures, because binding structures are like skeleton. If we don't conserve skeleton, our body cannot survive. So here you can see judge a book by its cover. It seems wrong, but it's true. It's true in case of book binding. It's true in case of book conservators, right? So you are watching two book binding structure. Those are totally different. If you want to see what is inside, you can at least estimate what is inside from only outside, right? Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So I generally take online classes, so I need yes. Okay. So this is the story of scroll to the codex. The scroll you all know well. This is scroll, and this converted into codex for many reasons. Many the many people give knowledge in how to, in case of scroll, we need to open whole scroll and the left and the right to see exact pages. So with time, codex came into the origin. So how actually the book binding structures one is not very old research. It was first find in Nag Hammadi Codex in Egypt, 1945. There was a flood, and they found that the all binding structures are totally different. And earlier, it was they were focusing on only on the paper conservation, and the binding structure were not getting so much attention. So you can find more things about this in the link below. So I will just scroll and have basic knowledge about the book binding, because it's a very deep subject. So I will let you know basics of what we are going to deal with. Spine, everyone knows spine. Covering of book, it may be covered with the leather, may be covered with the textile. And this is end paper, there are fly leaves. And this is the book block. It is called a number of pages are called signature or choirs. So headband, tailband, very important, very important. I will show you how. The spine may be of different time. We will see different types. We will see in the next slides. So there are various type of binding styles. Coptic binding, 3rd century to 7th century. It may vary. It may vary. If you find in the literature, it may vary. So throughout the Europe, Coptic binding is the internal structure of Coptic binding. Stitching is different. Stitching is different from the lower one. Lower one is just cord stitching. 16th century, much earlier, much later than those Coptic binding, and we find a lot of recessed cord stitching in India. We find a lot of. We will find very few Coptic binding. Maybe we would not find any. So stab stitching, we find a lot of. We find a lot of stab stitching in India, and earlier those all stab stitching were generally recessed cord stitching or Islamic or Gurmukhi maybe. We'll see in the next slides. So stab stitching is very old, and it was origin in Japan and China both. The style is same, a very little difference, and we find many stab stitch in India, but those were earlier either recessed cord or Islamic. So it is part of it is a focus of conservation in especially Gurmukhi binding and other many binding in India. We focus on this, that wide stab stitch. It is not that much flexible as recessed cord binding is, as flexible as the Islamic binding, as flexible as the recessed cord. So this is the focus, because this was generally done by the bookbinder who were not expert, who don't know how what type of structure this is. So whatever they know, they apply on the bindings. So this is another type of binding, Gurmukhi binding. We Sikhs have these type of binding structure. Very important thing is here. These are called spine stiffeners. Only the Gurmukhi binding structures have spine stiffeners. If you find your book or especially in case of manuscript, it is, even in the printed, it is found. So if you find these type of structures at the spine of any book, you will see that it's Gurmukhi inside. So these are recently researched by Pothi Seva, so that these are called as spine stiffeners in case of Gurmukhi bindings. These are found in only case of Gurmukhi bindings. So this is pentagonal flap. It is found in Islamic one and also found in Gurmukhi binding, because the origin of Gurmukhi binding is somewhere related to the Islamic one. So you will see. I'm zooming in the screen. Is it visible? Is it okay? I will keep asking things.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is okay. So see, here is end band. So end band is very, very important structure. When sometimes we conserve the things and we remove these things and we put some artificial things here. So it is very, very important. It is not on the upper side of this you have as watching, but it is linked inside every choir and every page. You would say that it is giving so much strength to your book. It is part of skeleton. So it is very important to understand the importance of these things. These are not only decorative, but they are very important for the book structure and very important for the life of the book. So now we move on the next. So this is Islamic one. Islamic binding. You can find the timeline on the internet. So I'm just explaining the basic thing, why the binding structures are important, why while conservation we need to focus on the things that our book earlier was Islamic one, and now it's the latest one with the normal boards and whatever the material is available these time. So see, you can see here leather. You can see here leather. If we want to be a book conservator, we need to understand how to conserve this leather. So this is handmade marble paper. It is found in Islamic one and further found in the case of Gurmukhi manuscript. So it is very important. It is evident that because in India nobody create handmade marble paper exactly in the same technique it was done earlier time. So every component of the book binding of the book is important. Apart from pages and the written text, those are very important, but also the structure and the components are very important. So you can see again here, this is end band, Islamic one. This is end band. So it is again linked with the total structure. It is not here only, but in normal diaries and these days we find only the decorative type of end band is here, which don't have any link with the total binding structure of the book. So it is not giving any strength to the book. So here you can see a proper pattern, something type of pattern. It is in the case of Islamic binding. It is in the case of Islamic binding. So it is very important. You can, if you open a book, you see this is pattern. Oh, this is Islamic binding. So this is very important. So the whole structure is very important. So you can see that every structure is different. They have different components. Now these are case binding. You will find many case binding in recent books. In our library, you will find many case binding. So in this case, you see here this case, it is end band, but it's decorative. It is not giving any support to the book. It is not giving any support. So here the same. You can see the shape is different. Shape is different, rounded and something like that. If we are going to conserve our book, we are calling a conservator. We should try to maintain the same thing, main component, whatever they have earlier, because these all are important. These are very important. And covered with the textile. This is covered with the textile. So we need to conserve all the component as much as is possible. I will show the two case studies how we try to conserve the things original with the book binding. Okay, so this is Coptic style. This is leather binding, Coptic end band, and this is again you can see here. You can see here. See, These are not decorative. Every thread is going inside the coir. Every thread is going inside the coir and giving strength to the book. It is proper something type of research they have done earlier, and now we can't neglect these things. So this very different type of covering. In the case of Gurmukhi binding, we find here a cloth covering. Okay, this is Byzantine, very old. Now it is internal structure. Otherwise, we need to cover it with the leather. So you can see here. Now you can see here. This is endband, and how every thread of endband is going inside the coir. It is going inside the coir to strengthen the book. It is not decorative. If we don't know how to redo it, how to restitch it, we should not open the book, because it is very important to keep your eyes on the component of a book, whatever they are. We need to learn it. First, we need to learn it. It is in every case, every book, every printed book, or any book, any diary, I would say. If the original structure is not harmful for the book, we can, if it's harmful, we can change, but we need to document these things before opening up of any book binding. So you can see it's how nicely it is done. It's like we need to learn stitching before we open anything. It's like painting, it's like anything, but it's a sort of neglected thing. How beautiful it is. Okay, the next thing. See how it's opening. You will see the different opening with the different books. See how it's opening, how it's putting the book, how wooden boards. You will find wooden board with a Byzantine. And one image is missing here. These are called cords. These are raised cord, because they are raised. They are not recessed cord. They are not recessed on the text block. So see, these cords are further attached with the board. See how strong the linkage is. How strong they are. So we need to preserve them along with the text and the paper. So basic. Ma'am already covered these all things. How would store the book, how shelving them. There is one more thing, book shoes. Many of you may be aware of these things. And when the book is very heavy, we need book shoes beneath the book, so that the text board does not come touch the ground. So these are very important for the health of book. Handling should be very good. Book cradles should be used. And acid-free boxes, and anything we are using in the conservation, and anything we are putting in the book, any book markers. Sometimes some book markers are very important for the book, for the manuscript. They are part of history, because since many years somebody is reading, and he has put some bookmarks, because he is reading some manuscript. I have example in Gurmukhi manuscripts. Those are now, since many years, they are in the part of, they are inside the manuscript. Now they are considered a part of the heritage. So pest, definitely we will avoid silverfish. Many silverfish you will find in your library, especially. Environment, ma'am already told that environment should be temperature, relative humidity, and light should be favorable for the book. The things are same with the book and the paper, but this different thing in the conservation of the book is the understanding the structure. Now I will share one of project in very short, because I'm just not teaching conservation things, but I'm just letting you know, if you are owner of library, you are calling some conservator to conserve the thing, you can check the thing that he is what you want, what is actually you are going to conserve, not only the paper, but binding things also, very important. So you can see here, Pothis have did 1953. Here is the original board. You can see here the previous repair. Somebody was not so much professional, and we don't have any Japanese tissue, so we used to put any good paper, any clean paper on the book. So we need to remove this. Anything which is not a part of book, which is not a part of object, we definitely remove that. And if it is reverse is also true. If something is a part of book, we will keep it any cost, we will try the best. So that is conservation of book. So this is the original board. On the other side, we don't find any board. So no spine, nothing like that. So we will take a lot of documentation of any manuscript which came in our lab. See, we do another thing. Paper, we do documentation of paper, torn paper, sellotape, XYZ, many type of damages, fungus, and many type of instruments we can use. But another thing we can do is the documentation of binding style and understand what type of binding style was earlier. So we see here two type of binding style in the same book. You can see here the now what we have recent stab stitching. Recent stab stitching is here. But earlier when we open the book, we see that here are something type of grooves. Here is also one groove, here is also one groove. So what it could be? It could be recessed cord. If we know the structure, if we know the thing, if we know the components, it is not that otherwise we are not going to, we are going to ignore this. We are, because we don't know this. We know one type of, two type of, three type of book binding, and we can try any type of book binding on the same book. But if we really are willing to conserve the heritage of the book, so we need to understand this thing. So visible grooves of original recessed cord stitching. So we will document the movement of the thread also. How the thread is moving, how thread is moving in the stab stitch. This is stab stitch. You will find many books in our library, many books in our homes, especially many Gurmukhi manuscripts are stab stitched. Almost every almost I would say every manuscript is stab stitched. Very few are found with original binding structure. Many, you would say 70%, 80% are stab stitched, because some manuscript have their original binding style, like Islam, Gurmukhi binding stitching at the back, like at the spine side, right? So otherwise somebody trim the spine side and then the stab. So we don't have evidence and what type of binding it was. So it is very dangerous to trim the spine. Never trim the spine. Never allow anybody trim the spine of any book. If he is capable, he will find the what type of stitching is here, and he will definitely learn the things and then apply the. He should definitely learn and should apply same thing to conserve our heritage. It's very important in our manuscripts. So these are choirs. There is a lot of vocabulary which is not familiar with all of you. So I would say this is a bunch of paper. This is a bunch of paper, and we call in childhood we call sui wala page. So in sui wala page we have 5 or 6 pages together. We will, if we will tear one page on one side, the other will come out automatically. So that is called choir. That's a part of that choir. So there are 5 choirs. In this, there were almost 30 choirs. So the double cord is going inside the choir, stab stitch linking here with the other side and going here, and then coming out and making more here. So this is how, this is just an example. We do very deep documentation of binding structures also, as well as with the paper. So I found that this stab stitch is not allowing the book to open nicely. So what I did, we restitched into the recessed cord. The image is not very clear, sorry for that, but it is restitched. I will show you how it was. If I have it. Okay, so I will show the recessed cord here only. I can show you. These all are different. So this is recessed cord. This is recessed cord. This is cord. These are the grooves we just saw in the last slide. See, these are the cord. These are the cord. This is the saw, and the thread is moving from this side to the other end, this side to the other end in the same pattern, and this is called recessed cord. And you can there are many other type of things, many other type of bindings we could do. We put some tapes here That is also very good binding, but that is not SAS code. Every binding has its own identity. We should not change. If they are, although this binding, this SAS code is not so much, safe for the book. It is not so much healthy type of. This is a healthy one. Upper one is healthy one, but the lower one is not called so much healthy binding style. But if it's a SAS cord, we can try it. In SAS cord, we can use more paper lining here on the spine. We can give strength in many other ways, because if anybody after 200 years, after 300 years will open the book and find the original binding structure, and he will definitely learn. This is also identity of the book. This is also identity of the book. So we should not remove our original binding. We try to maintain these all as original, and every component, leather, textile, and band, whatever it is. So, because my slides, I have not prepared PPT in so much detail with the conservation, so I'm just showing you how, why, and how I did this. And see, the very important thing, that this binding structure has only one board. So this is the scan board. This is the scan board. We can take care of the things that everything is conservation grade, either color, either board, and anything you're pasting here. So this is the original one. So we have one board with our original book. So there are two options, that we can remove the other one and bring a new board and attach with the book. But if we want to keep this as a part of book, because it is not so much acidic, it is not going to give so much, acid to the book block. And further, we have option that we can add some paper, we can add some more quires inside the book, so that when this board will give some acidity to the book block, the acid free paper will tackle, right? So this is one technique I applied in this project to maintain its history, that at least we have one original board and the other original board is here, but other duplicate board is here, but it is not visible to the visitor. It is visible only with the if only conservator can see that this is the same scan board, but for the visitor it is not. And this way we can maintain its history, and it is much beautiful than the new one. It looks much aged and beautiful. It looks like amazing. So along with those board, in this board, these are the textile, right? These textile. So because I have one scan board, I can modify, I can paste new textile over here on the edges, over here at the spine side, but I have a original textile here. I will not remove it. I'm keeping my board with textile as original as it. So I will paste my. There are two options. You can paste your new textile under the original one, or but I just thought that it should be on the original one, so that we can keep our history with the board. So there are many other thinking and many other things. Whatever I have done, I'm just letting you know. Here is the small piece of cardboard, acid-free cardboard, whatever we use in the conservation. So now before and after. This is before, this is after. You can see here, I removed this. I change recessed. Tab to recessed, right? You can see here, these are recessed parts going into the board. And I'm using same holes as recessed already had in the board. There were already holes. I'm not making any new hole. If you would say that you are making new holes in the board, no, I'm not making any new holes in the board. Even I'm not, in this case, I'm not using holes. I'm just pasting with the board. So no changes. So this is new textile. This is new textile. This is the older textile, right? This is the old textile. And see this side, I just removed this unrequired and the previous repair. So this side don't have. See, this side, we don't have any.
Excuse me?
Before we don't have it. Yes?
Sorry to interrupt. We are running a little late. If you can quickly run straight away.
Sorry.
So we are running late on time. So if you could quickly.
Oh, okay. I will do it quickly. I am as fast as I can.
Yes.
Okay. I'm 9 minutes late. Oh, I'm very sorry. Okay. So this is before and this is after. Okay. So this was published in Icon UK. Okay, the next project is conservation of this manuscript. I will quickly go ahead, see the damage. See we will again document this and we will reuse. This is also research code. Okay, the boards. And now I know I'm not going to throw my original board. I am adding one more board, very thin board inside the book. So this will not give any issue to the book. So this is our final. Okay. So I have already prepared a flap because client want that his book is not looking good. So I prepared this flap. Oh, this is final. You can see the spine. Otherwise, it was very bad condition. So this is final structure. So this is video if you guys. This work. Oh, this is working. You can see here flap. And book is in much better condition, and I have not removed anything, not a single thread, not a single board. Okay, so this work was published in Pothi Seva in December 2021. So like this. So I am over. Okay, thank you so much. Any question, any query you can ask or.
Thank you so much, Subjit.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for introducing us to the different types of binding. And as you mentioned, we take book as a granted, way story.
Yes.
So you showed us, you introduced us to the possible issues that may occur with the storage and binding. The way we bind it, like we normally tend to give it to the normal binder, but how it is important to retain the originality and retain the materials that were used in the binding. So now if there are any one or two questions quickly.
One second, hold. I am just stuck somewhere. And this. Okay. Now you can continue. Yes. Ask question. How many questions? Yes.
Hi, Suji. This is Shane.
One second, I'm sharing screen. Am I audible?
Hello. Sorry.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Okay.
Sorry, something went wrong.
So how do you deal with books and the worms that attack them? Like in general, if you have
The voice. Sorry, the voice is not clear. You need to again repeat the question.
His question.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So the question was, how do you deal with the books that are affected by termites or worms or pests?
Yeah, that you just see this book, and this was definitely affected by termites and fungus and XYZ. So this is again long conservation process. We will remove this. We will flat every quire. We will remove these all thread flat every quire. Then we see the how the soluble our ink is. Then we use any solvent. Any alcohol will help in this. And we need to. You can see here. So you can see here this. You see this. So I will fill this with the pulp. I will fill this. I will fill this with the pulp with the sandwich of Japanese paper on both sides and filling the pulp inside. Very thin layer. It can be done with the suction table as well on the. I have another technique with the. If you don't have suction table, you can fill the pulp with the brushes and stroke. So then retoning. I hope this was the answer.
Yeah. So thank you.
So
Actually,
I wouldn't go so deep in the chemical that you will do this chemical XYZ, because even I don't take decisions. We discuss together with the Potsdam UK that what we should do, and then we decide that this is safe. So in this case, I have done blotter wash with the full Pothi Sahib with the ethanol, some percent of ethanol, and which was stable for this.
Thank you. So
Mm.
yeah, I hope you got the answer. And yeah, as you mentioned, like each page and each things will be like has to be removed and it has to be cleaned. So that is a laborious, meticulous work. So it is like a one book, but each page and each everything has to be like cleaned. So that's
Yes.
And thank you so much, Surjit. We are just running.
Thank you so much. So nice to
Thanks for sharing all your.
so many people. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It's my pleasure today to introduce my colleague Sindhu to you, all of you. Sindhu Nagaraja is an art conservator who's also trained in visual arts and art history. She specialized in easel painting and in the conservation and restoration of paper, wood, and canvas. She was trained at INTAC and has been associated with Tata Trust and MAP Bangalore. Over the past few months, she has been busy setting up our conservation lab at archives at NCBS. She has also been creating a conservation protocol for the archives. Today, she'll be presenting her experiments with foxing stain removal on paper. Over to you, Sindhu.
Share this on you. You can do the share screen.
Yeah, he's helping you. Yeah.
Where is
It's in the pen drive.
download
Pen drive?
this one.
No, yeah. Sindhu? Yeah, the second one, yeah.
Yes, share your screen.
Yeah,
You're fine. You're totally fine. One second. You opened. This is it, no? Yeah. No, I'm just trying to open Zoom and make this minimal. I can't seem to do that. Where is Zoom on? Here. And here you are, share screen. And this is you, no?
Yeah.
So that's what we're sharing. Just sorry, this will also yeah. Yeah, share. Is it? Yeah. And if you can just collapse these. So your screen is full there. It's not doing it.
It's PPT, right?
Okay, fine. What?
This one.
On the top left, I highlighted. Yeah. Full screen, down there. Yeah.
Can you slide in and point?
Hello, everyone. So thanks for introducing me, Anjali. And this is the experiment that I conducted and with the help of one of my friends and the conservator, Mr. V. Krishnan. So this is about, like, we come across a lot of issues with the paper materials, and one of the major that we observe, like, we come across is foxing. So I'll just let you, introduce you. Like, of course, you must be knowing, everyone are aware about what foxing is, but I'll just give you a very quick review of what foxing is. And these are the reddish brown spots which occurs on the surface of the paper. And so if you see, like, and it has actually it's not just a one spot, it is not like a dot, but it has like in the middle it actually will be darker, which contains the original actual components, what it what it's being affected with, and slowly it reduces, like it smoothens. And the term foxing, it is believed that it might have come from the reddish brown color, which resembles the fox, and so foxing. And the types of foxing. So there are like probably 3 actually, they say, but the major ones are snowflake and bullseye. Sorry. Yeah. So this is like, if you see, these are little patchy kind, and these are like dots. And there's one more which is also called reverse foxing, which would be actually somewhere where the paper would be totally acidic and you would see white spots. So this is foxing, and the causes of foxing, why foxing is caused, like what is happening in the paper that that is degrading itself. So there are 2 reasons why there is the foxing. You see those red spots. One is due to fungus. Like earlier, actually, it was thought it is due to the metal, but of course, yes, metal content. Why the metal contents? Where you see metal content in the paper is when during the manufacturing of the paper, when you produce, so you use machineries, or the decal and frame that you use. So if it is made up of metal, so because there will be moisture and very little components of iron or metal would be transferred to the paper. And even the lignin content in the paper actually accelerate the process. And then later we found out even the fungus, actually the pores, it will be everywhere in the atmosphere, and it would actually deposit. And eventually it would also contribute to the darker stain on the paper, which is so you can see either fungus or iron, sometimes both in the foxing spots, in a single foxing spot. So how to identify foxing? Of course, through the naked eye, you see dotted spots on the paper. And then other examination techniques which confirms the materials or the particles that are present in the foxing are one is SEM. SEM actually it helps us to look closer to the material and even the paper, like is it being degraded or is it only like superficial, like what, or is it really foxing or it could be a stain. So it gives you a better clarity of the damage or the deterioration or the exact spot. And other elemental analysis like FTIR, XRD, and actually even EDEX. So, but EDEX is not much helpful because it has its own limitations. But FTIR would give us the organic compounds, like the details of it, like if it is a fungus. So, and so it gives you the details of those, and XRD would give you the inorganic components like the metals, if it is present, or is there any other metals like copper or aluminum, like it has been found. So these are the few things, and there is one more which we could do normally without any of these sophisticated equipment, that is looking under UV light. So how UV light helps, I'll explain you in the later slides. So these are the major ones, and so I'll come to the experiment that I performed. It's about so what happens if the foxing, like the paper affected with the foxing, just left like that. So what happens is, like, of course, it causes damage in the way, like it starts corroding if it is metal, or the fungus, it starts like the fungus, it feeds on first initially on the sizing, like a layer which is given above the paper fibers. And then later it starts feeding on the cellulose. And if it is any metal content like iron, so it starts corroding, and again it would degrade. So eventually it both leads to the loss of paper. So the experiment was on neutralizing the acidic paper, mainly the foxed paper, by altering the pH of it so that the pH, like it won't be acidic, so it would turn little into alkaline, like neutral, sorry, not alkaline. And then so we started doing the documentation and examination using camera, denolite, and denolite is like the portable USB microscope. So even if we don't have SEM or or the microscope, actually denolite also helps. So it is much cheaper when we are doing it, in a very small manner. And experiment was on, we did two types. So one is like you must have just of course, you were all here, like when Namita Jaspal, she was explaining about bathing, like, total aqueous wash. And then we also tried doing the gel cleaning. So I hope, like, you can just remember, connect to those. And then we compared the results of the experiment and then how successful was that. And so this is the sample that I took. It is of from 1970s, late 1970s. So if you see, these are these spots of fungus, foxing, and we are not sure what it is. So then the same sample I divided into two. So I marked it sample A and sample B. And we looked it under UV light, as I mentioned. This is how it will be visible. So if it is iron particles, it's actually absorbed, like, it is like opaque. So it absorbs all the light and it looks dark. If it is fungus, actually fluorescent, even in the outer circle, if it is both like fungus and the metal content. Like any organic materials, it fluorescents under UV light. So that's how it helps us. And then this is Ms. Anjana from EM facility. So she helped me to actually examine, I do examination and analysis in SEM and EDEX. This is her, helping, she doing the samples like for the EDEX. And then this is Patakota. So where, because it reflects and we have to do, it should be non-conductive. So we have to give, if you see this sample and this sample, it is little grayish. That is because those two are coated. So actually, even I'm experimenting on this, like understanding how each equipment could be used and utilized, and we get the result, like on what basis we get the results and how we get it. So, and yeah. So these two are coated, and we just left other two to see, like, how it is visible under SEM. And so this is the same image of before. And so actually we tried even the other. So the uncoated ones actually didn't give us better results because it was also reflecting, and we had to later coat it again. So that is like one thing we have to keep in mind, that we always have to coat it if we are doing EDEX and SEM. And if you see these, like, actually it was very surprising. It is the bacteria. So I'm a conservator and I'm not much aware of these particles, how it is visible in the SEM or microscope. So I had to refer, like, take guidance and help from the scientist. So it seems these are the bacteria actually present in the fibers of the paper. And then actually, if it is alive, those bacteria would be like almost in the 3D shape. So probably it is dead or it is inactive, and she was telling me, like, probably it was pressed because there was a lot of weight over it. So exactly we don't know, but yeah, these are because these are organic things, like we didn't do FTIR to get the details of what actually it constitutes. So when we did EDEX, so we got a couple of, like, quite a few of metals, but also, yeah, this peak is actually of the coating, like, the silver coating. So that is why there is a peak. But we also saw other elements, metal elements, and so Yeah. So to start with the treatment process, I'm sorry. Okay. To start with the treatment process, as I mentioned, we tried doing using the solution of calcium hydroxide and in the form of like a solution, like to do the bath or aqueous cleaning, like immersing the paper into the solution. And the other one was a gel cleaning. So, of course, yeah, I'll just tell you again, why we chose gel cleaning, because it is very controlled. As Namita ma'am told, we can go locally because fungus, it may not be spread all over the paper. It can be in a very particular spots where it is exposed even to the humidity or, to the atmosphere. So there are many reasons why fungus actually causes also, sorry, foxing actually causes. So in case of any local treatment, gel cleaning could be performed. And also it is very controlled in case if the paper has some inks on it or, written where the ink bleeds. So at that time, it is very safe to do using the gel. So again, before treating, like we have to think like, if the paper has ink, do we need to do the, deacidification or neutralization? So yeah, it's always the judgment takes, the first part. And so this is the calcium bar, like a calcium hydroxide. And this is the gel. So we place the paper on the gel, and this is in the solution in a tray. So we very slightly brush the surface of the paper. And almost for this gel, we almost kept it for 30 minutes. And this was like, yeah, we did twice, and it was for 15 minutes. Because it was, so when do we stop? Like, why we did so long? Because we just tried doing until it stops, bleeding in sense, the metal particles stop coming, yeah, bleeding. So how we come to know that, like, you can see here, so it is like, leaving its stain. So this is the gel, and here, this is the first solution. If it is discolored, very, very less, but it is discolored. If you can just, so then we thought like we place again one more time. So on the other side also, and we just was trying like, how it works and how to play with it, or in each different cases, how to handle the paper. Like, will it be even or will it not be even? So like, front and back, will it be even? So we were just trying how things work. And then if you see after treatment, like this is the before image, so it's covering. So these two are the before image and these two are the after image. And this first one is aqueous immersion, like the bath, and this is the gel. So, okay, these two parts are basically we took it for the samples for cement EDEX. And just to mention why we did only EDEX, not FTIR and XRD, is because in the institution we had only these two facilities, so we did that. So in future, yeah, we look forward to do FTIR and XRD. And this is the after cell image where actually, if you observe a few particles, like, in the first cell image, if you quickly, so there are big, like, if you observe these particles have reduced, but we don't know, like, is it, was it a dust or was it like debris over it? So, but we can't come to it, but visually, yeah, it has some difference, like you can make out. And of course, the bacteria stay, like, we are not, can't clean the bacteria. And this is of the aqueous part. Yeah, but compared to gel, like it did say, like, few particles are left over, but we don't know possibly because we gave a calcium hydroxide. But are those the calcium, particles on the paper? So we need to examine those again. And because it's in hydroxide, the EDEX would not actually. It has limitations, like, the lighter compounds, like elements, it won't detect. So this is the thing. And so the results was, so finally the neutralization gave a better, gel neutralization gave a better result if you just yeah, end up in the same slide. Yeah. So if you see, like, this has a better result, the gel cleaning compared to that of aqueous, probably because even the dust particles which were on the surface. So when the paper is totally wet, it may also sink into the paper because it will be soft. So this gave a better result. But in future, we would like to also do the examination, like, are we over cleaning it? Like, are we even harming it by making it look white, or even we need to look for these spots again, examine under FTIR, like, is fungus still there? Or of course, we can't remove the fungus totally, but is it active, or sorry, mainly the metal content? Are they active, or have we neutralized it? So these are the further things which we would like to do in the future. So this, and yeah, this is the limitations I mentioned, because it won't, EXT won't have the property or the ability to identify these treatments and references. And yeah, for this. And thank you, and Anjana from EM facility, and Milli Sessions, who helped me to analyze it, understand the cell and EDEX images, and Melanie for giving some few guidance on the solid cleaning, and Ravi Kumar and Ojas for supporting, helping me to get the better EDEX images. Thank you. That depends. Like, first we have to, as I mentioned, we have to examine what it is there in each boxing spots. So then only we can decide what treatment we can give. So if we don't know what actually the paper or any issue, why it has caused, then we can't actually treat. So the first thing is, like, what is there? Like, is it a metal that is actually causing it to degrade, or is it fungus? So if it is fungus, we have to just maintain the humidity. Like, we can't kill. There is no solvent or anything treatment to totally get rid of fungus. But even the metals, we can neutralize it. So always humidity and temperature plays a very prominent role in maintaining the archives and any material. You just display the reference sites on the audience. Yeah.
Thank you for that really interesting presentation. I was just wondering, because thank you for that presentation. I was just wondering, because archives often deal with thousands of records at a time. So how do you see something like this being scaled up at that level? Or if you were to be more selective about what documents you treat with these kinds of processes, how would you go about identifying or selecting?
Yeah, good question. I think it is very similar to what Mr. Ponnarazu asked. Why? Because there are a couple of other deacidification process, but we have to examine how safe it is. Like, they perform, over the fumes. Like, it has to be, the place has to be covered, sealed totally, and So there are a couple of things, but again, you have to decide. So all these treatments based on, of course, we have to look into each and every single material. Like, so what is causing, why it is happening, or like sometimes you will see, like, if it is because of the adjacent paper or the book it is kept and it has transferred. So, or is it because of the way, because of the water seepage, or a few things we can see, like if you look around the place it has been stored. So but yeah, we can't the one thing that we can't avoid is that we have to look into each and everything. We can't just skip, like generalize in conservation. So because, and we end up always damaging the artwork when we generalize. So because if there is any people, there are a few process where you can do deacidification and mass deacidification and all, but again, so how the paper, what is the condition of the paper? Even if we do, will that, does it have the strength to take it? Like we have to see everything to consider, to come to a conclusion of the treatment.
So I'm just recollecting something when I got
Well, we need a mic for the people online, but it has to be super short because
I'm
yours.
actually, recollecting is a something, architectural drawings would also have these, would have boxing, and the shade of the work that we do is very deceptive in terms of recognizing. So when you don't yet have a conservator on board, and you need to recognize between an artistic expression and boxing, is there a step for that, or would you be able to think of it?
Well, as I mentioned, yeah, of course, yeah, it needs a very experienced eye. I totally agree, because sometimes it can be any stain. And yeah, when it is on the architectural drawings, of course, it is like tinted, and the whole paper color would be different. But probably even looking from the verso of the paper, like if it has transfer, so that is one of the option. And other of course, other than examination, I'm just saying, in the naked eye, probably if you have little, if you can afford for the magnifiers or the visors or dino light, so it can give you like how I should. So if it is a stain, it would leave an outer mark, or sorry, I don't have the image right now, but it is totally different from foxing. At least you know how foxing looks like now. The first image in the slide, like the first slide was that, and in the center it would be dark and it would slowly smudge in, so I think that is one of the way to recognize it. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
So we will have time later in the day also for more questions, but I am conscious of the fact that stomachs are rumbling. There is lunch. Ravi or one of my other colleagues can just point you in the direction of food. We are running 25 minutes behind time, but we're going to try and compensate for that by wolfing down our food, or close to it anyway. But anyway, let's just try and meet at 2 is the plan, just so that we keep time towards the end of the day. We will have time for tea and coffee also after. So let's try and be back here at 2 p.m. And the same goes for folks online. If you can be back here at 2 p.m., that'll be great. But enjoy your lunch.
So just share it. Sharing the folder, stop sharing this. Just stop sharing.
Yeah.
And just press share screen. And just press share. The sharing is instant. Yeah, now it's fine.
Thank you. Yeah, this is the example for the archival materials that were there inside the normal box, which is not acid free. And due to that, you can see these yellow spots or brownish spots, which are acidic, because most of the time the normal boxes they have resin content, and sometimes most of the time again they are recycled papers that we use for papers. And so these are the reasons, and it will be more acidic and it will start discoloring and causes many issues like littleness, foxing, and eczema.
No.
Okay. Just click on the PDF. No. Click once on the PDF.
ಸೊ ಆರ್ಕೈವಲ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಇಂದ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಫೋಲ್ಡರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೊಂದು ವರ್ಕ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಟಾಗ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯ ಒಂದು ಯೆಲ್ಲೋ ಕಲರ್ ಆಗುವಂತಹ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಫಾಕ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬ್ರಿಟಲ್ನೆಸ್, ಈ ತರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಅವಾಯ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
So if the archival quality folders or boxes are used, so we can avoid materials getting damaged from foxing or any other stains due to the acidic content.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ಫೇಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಲ್ಕಲೈನ್ ಬಫರಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಈ ಅಸಿಡಿಕ್ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗೋದನ್ನ ಅದು ತಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ.
So above each archival quality paper, there will be a sizing, like a buffer which is of
asset-free. So that would actually protect the archival box also to upgrade. It would repel the water or it won't absorb the moisture. So that helps in retaining the materials that are kept inside it.
ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಈ ಆರ್ಕೈವಲ್ ಫೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಬಾಕ್ಸಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದಾಗ ಬೇಕಾಗುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ವಸ್ತುಗಳು ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ 160 GSM ಇಂದ 250 GSM ತನಕ ಒಂದು ಅಕ್ರಿಲಿಕ್ ಪೇಪರ್ಸ್ ನ ನೀವು ತಗೋಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತೆ ರೈಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ವೀಟ್ ಜಿನ್ಶಿಕು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಚ್ ಅಂತ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಶಾಪ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಶಾಪ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಇದನ್ನ ತಗೋಬಹುದು. ನಂತರ 2 mm ಅಥವಾ 3 mm ಆಸಿಡ್ ಫ್ರೀ ಮೌಂಟ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ 1 inch ಸೋಚ್ ಟೇಪ್ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ನಂತರ ಕಟರ್, ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾಚುಲಾ, ಈ ತರ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೀವು ಓನ್ ಆಗಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಫೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ಗಳು, ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನೀವು ಈಸಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ನ ಒಂದು ಸೇವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಟ್ಕೋಬಹುದು.
So these are the materials that are required for the very basic materials that are required for the preparation of archival boxes. So 160 GSM archival paper and the Jinshoku, the starch page, it is actually a gluten-free one, and you can obtain those things only in the conservation selling market like shops. And then acid-free boards, which is of 2.2 by 3 mm, and scotch tape, which is of 1 inch, Japanese tissue paper, and spatulas, like flat spatulas, cutters, brushes, and plastic. So you need glass tables just so that when you're cutting, so you won't harm the table.
ಸೊ ನೀವೀಗ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು, ನಾವು ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಟೈಪ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಫೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆಗೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ಸೈಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ತುಂಬಾ ಸರಳವಾಗಿ ನೀವು ಫೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು.
So you can have the different kinds of folders, and yeah, you can actually modify it to any required size.
ಇದು ಬಾಕ್ಸಸ್ ಕೂಡ ನೀವು ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂತ ಒಂದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಓನ್ ಡಿಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಮೆಥಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಾಕ್ಸಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ನಾವು ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಇದನ್ನೇ ನಾವು ತೋರಿಸ್ತೇವೆ.
So these have been like, they are doing in Adidas, so that's what we're explaining, like this teaching here, which is normally performed like or done in the conservation labs and used in conservation labs.
ಬುಕ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಫೋಟೋಸ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ನೀವು ಬಾಕ್ಸಸ್ ನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
So this particular folder can be used for the storage of photos or the books. And this is particularly for book.
ಇದು ಟೆಂಪ್ಲೇಟ್, ತುಂಬಾ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಟೆಂಪ್ಲೇಟ್. ಇದು ಫೋಲ್ಡರ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಈಸಿಯಾಗಿ ಒಂದು 15 minutes ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಒಂದು ಫೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು.
So this is the template for the folder making, and this is telling it's very simple and can be 15 minutes. So you have to do some person use, or if any lab or archives doesn't have enough funding to do, so they can do it on your own.
ಸೊ ಈಗ ನಾನು ತುಂಬಾ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಫೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾರು ತುಂಬಾ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೋ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಬಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 2 ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಫೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ನ ನೀವು ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು.
So we'll start showing you like practically how to do the folders and boxes, and he's also inviting me if you're interested and join the later conference.
ಇದು 3 mm ಅಸಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಮೌಂಟ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್, ಇದು ಆರ್ಕೈವಲ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್. ಸೊ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಆಗಲಿ ಒಂದು A4 ಸೈಜ್ ಗೆ ಆಗುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಬಾಕ್ಸಸ್ ನಾನು ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಇದು 70 into 40 inches.
So yeah.
ಟೋಟಲ್. ಸೊ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು 2 inches ನಾನು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದು 2 inches ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಡೌನ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಕವರಿಂಗ್ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಸೇಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಬಟ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ -4 mm 10 inches ಗೆ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನೀಟಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಕೂರ್ಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿದ ನಂತರ ನೀವು ಯಾರು ಒಂದು ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ.
So he is preparing for the A4 size sheets, and he has left almost 2 inches all the sides around the board, and then which comes to the bottom, and which is on the top, the box cover will have little lesser than 2 inches, so that it actually goes inside the lower box. So it helps you to cover it in place.
ಈಗ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಸ್ಕೇಲ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಲೈನ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ನೀವು ಕ್ರಾಶ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಪ್ರೆಸರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು.
So you always like keep in mind that you don't have to cut totally. It could be a half cut, like just one go. So you don't have to press okay and we can do this and get it half cut.
Just take a label for it might be easier.
Yeah.
Just 1 minute.
Alright. Then we on the president.
So we need to make sure you're consulting the same thing.
So 4 side one line ನಾವು ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಇದನ್ನ ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
So the corners has to be removed and just once.
ಸೊ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಸೈಡ್ ನಾನು ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒನ್ ಲೈನ್ ಎಳೆದಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಆಲ್ ಕಾರ್ನರ್ ತೆಗೆದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಈಸಿಯಾಗಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಂಡ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
So it comes outside actually has to be marked that first, identify that, and that side you have to cut. So and then once you are cut, it will be easily portable.
ಸೊ ಆರ್ಕೈವ್ ಟೇಪ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ.
So please use the archival tape.
So ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಡೌನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಒಳಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬಿಗಿಯಾಗಿ ಇರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಒಳಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಆರ್ಕೈವಲ್ ಪೇಪರ್ನ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಚ್ ಪೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಳಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
So this is for the bottom box, and so to strengthen the edges, so we'll be using archival papers and then the margin paper, the restart paste, and the other end to these corners so that it has enough strength.
Generally available. After like a start, like where but one find them in cities.
Okay, start space you can find them in CPS is one of the options. Yeah, you can do that as a shampoo or restart space. Some people call it Japanese starch because they have a very good quality, which is like gluten-free and has been tested, so it is safe to use. And other than that, there are many other like recently many other like vendors have come up and they do have sell. So make sure it is shampoo and it has to be tested. So we say CPS because it's like verified and we have very good practices.
What's the use?
CPS is CPS India Private Limited. It is a company.
Restoration.
CPS restoration materials in the farm was expensive.
Tape that you're using, what makes the carpet?
So
Is it
archival is available. So I think it's the adhesive that they use and even the paper that they're using is like pH neutral. So that's say archival quality. If it is not available in such place for this issue is even the archival papers to that. So he's removing the excess which has come out, so you have to remove because even the adhesive that has been applied to in future, they will be attract or dust or anything. So always make sure all the edges are sweet and filled out.
Same method.
Yeah. So how to take this using the same method, I will use the upper box, or it can be a little because so that it goes and covers the.
ಗಾಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಕ್ರಾಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಗಾಜ್ಗೆ
ಗ್ಲಾಸ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ ತುಂಬಾ
ಸೊ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡೋ
ಹೌದು. Why is removing the square instead of folding it?
Folding is remove the edges, you can fold it because we have boxes. It is in case of papers, you can fold it somehow, but it the boards, so only you can cut it like this is quite big. So but yeah, it has a different way of doing it and this is one of the easiest way to use it.
process the books also from CPS?
Yeah, you can, but in CPS there are many other archival like in Chennai, so we also doing later. Now there are many couple of people who are working. They are important, so they are very well. No, Mr. Shriram, during 2008, if they are like paper mills, some paper mills, so I can tell you the details.
Does the Khadi Gramophone provide the paper?
Yeah, they do provide, yeah. Maybe the archival, they do rag papers, handmade papers, but archival quality, because they still have one more layer, like the buffalo, which is creation, which actually protect. So those are handmade, which doesn't have sizing, the layer of, binders.
But they claim it's acid clean and.
It will be acid free. See, acid free is because it's 100% cotton, like, there's like, so, but, there should be a layer above it. It is acid free, I'm not saying it's not acid free, but, these, because if you put it, you can also, if you write using ink pen or anything, it spreads, but these are again, because there is no surface, like, it's called sizing. There'll be a thin layer of sizing, because like, kind of, I would say, like, either gelatin or here, a starch paste will be given. So, or some other, like, if there is any pH neutral sizes. And then, yeah, it will be, there will be a layer of it. So that actually kind of, it won't absorb it, suddenly if there is any moisture or humidity, so it would prevent, it won't absorb. So even if you write on these papers, it won't absorb it, it won't spread. If there is no sizing, then that would spread. So just to inform that he has also seen very good countries, even to the visiting, so that yeah, it is still good. So just keep in mind that the sizes should vary a little, and also when you are getting these getting the corner sheets, also like keep that in mind. So adding that like because if you won't calculate, consider that and just one mm word would be sufficient because that would have like 2 mm also to see how much smaller the other boxes should be.
The A4 size sheet ಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸಾಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ 17+14 inches. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಗಳನ್ನ ಇಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇಂಟರ್ಲೀಫಿಂಗ್ ತರ ಒಂದು ಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಟಿಶ್ಯೂನ ಒನ್ ಬೈ ಒನ್ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲರ್ಸ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಐರನ್ ಗಾಲಿಕ್ ಇಂಕ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ತುಂಬಾ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಹಳೆ ಒಂದು 75 years 100 years ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಐರನ್ ಗಾಲಿಕ್ ಇಂಕ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಸೊ ಅದು ಅದರಿಂದ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪೇಪರ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಅದರಿಂದ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಇಂಟರ್ಲೀಫಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿ ಈ ತರ ಟಿಶ್ಯೂ ಪೇಪರ್ಸ್ ಗಳನ್ನ ಕೊಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಅವಾಯ್ಡ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
So he said telling this is okay. So this is particularly for the A4 size he has measured, and he is telling that doing interleaving with Japanese tissue paper would avoid getting transferred of any stains or inks if there is any to other papers. So it is always safe to keep a interleaving using Japanese tissue papers.
So you also
We have an alternative for Japanese tissue paper.
any archival any
You can use any archival paper. Yeah, it depends on what kind of material also.
GSM.
ಸೊ ಇದು GSM ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋದಿದೆ. ಇದು ಬೋರ್ಡ್
ಅಲ್ಲ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಪೇಪರ್.
ಇದು 9 GSM ಬರುತ್ತೆ. 9 GSM.
It depends. Like if you get it in different GSMs.
9 GSM ಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಟಿಶ್ಯೂ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನೀವು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ವರ್ಷನ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ 29 GSM ಕೋರ್ಸ್.
But the lady who came in the morning said we should go for the board.
Yeah, see, it depends on the paper that they're using. So she was talking about lining. So if the paper, so the lining is in the sense if the paper is too weak, if this is strong, if it is very weak, so then we give a layer lining, like like support for the whole paper. And when you're giving the paper, the original, the tissue paper that you're using should be of a lesser strength, okay, thinner than the original. If it is stronger, then that would control the original paper. So that is what she meant actually. So if the paper is thin, then you have to go for the thinner, GSM, like lesser GSM papers. And here he is using it for interleaving. It should be a little thicker because if it is too thin, there are chances of getting the stain transferred. So that is why the line GSM is using.
ಬೋರ್ಡ್ಗೆ ಅದು ವೈಟ್ ಕಲರ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಇಫ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ನೀವೇನಾದ್ರು ಈ ತರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಲರ್ ಏನು ಬೇರೆ ಆರ್ಕಿವಲ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಹಾಕಿ.
So you feel like this white is not okay, then you can do any archival quality to the papers, because if it is any other, then that will likely bleed in case of because change the paper. So just make sure what's the product that you're using.
Is that a stronger board than this one? This one,
Yeah, actually that is fluted. This is like solid.
What is the ratio between the upper portion and the lower one? The one to the side.
So just to come
-4 mm
Minus.
lower. ಸೊ ಇದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಯಾವ್ದಾವ್ದು ಅಳತೆ ಬೇಕಂತ ನೀವು ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಡಿಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಐಡಿಯಾಲಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು.
maybe to another customize it and give a design if you want it to do. And it's a good way of doing something. Someone in the audience could ask what is the specification of the board. It mainly should be of archival quality and it should have sizing. I think you might have to mention.
3 mm. 3 mm. ಸೊ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅದರ ಫೋಟೋಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಲೆಟರ್ಸ್ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಗಳನ್ನ ನೀವು ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಪಾಕೆಟ್ ಪೋಚಸ್ ತರ ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
So these are to keep any letters or photographs, and these are like a very small pouches kind you can make it. And this is again using archival paper. And he's going to show you how.
ಇದು ತುಂಬಾ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಈ ತರ ಒಂದು ಟೆಂಪ್ಲೇಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಒಂದು 5 minutes ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಫೋಲ್ಡರ್ ನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತೀವಿ.
So this is the template. So I think this is the size of the paper, and it should be little longer than the paper actual size, and then just calculate, consider the size.
ಒಂದು 2 folders ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಇದಾಗುತ್ತೆ.
Yeah, it's telling me just 2 folds.
2 folds.
Okay, very basic.
ಪೇಸ್ಟ್ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಮೆಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಶೀಟ್ ನ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇಟ್ಟು.
So now we have to make it a pouch type. So he's applying paste again. And when applying paste, you should be very careful. It may go to the bottom here. So he has kept this melanic sheet or silicone cotton ball so that it won't sleep. It won't get stuck to the paper. So this is starch paste.
Starch.
Start. So because we won't actually recognize. Bangalore, I don't think so, but CBS does.
Online.
I'm not sure that he's selling like online A4 size you will get. Yeah. This is Melanix. Even you can get silicone coated. So.
In 10 minutes dry.
So you have to let it dry for 10 minutes. And he's just making sure that the upper layer is not totally stuck so that you can.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಡ್ಲೈನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೋಸೋ ಪೇಪರ್ಸ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಟಿಶ್ಯೂ ಪೇಪರ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆರ್ಕೈವಲ್ ಪೆನ್ ಕೂಡ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆರ್ಕೈವಲ್ ಪೆನ್ ಕೂಡ
So still we can use coastal papers or thicker less issues, and to in case if you need any labeling. And then he's suggesting to use archival quality pens, because it won't bleed, so it won't stain.
ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ A4 ಸೈಜ್ ಒಂದು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಫೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಗಳು ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬಾ ಈಸಿಯಾಗಿ 2 ಫೋಲ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿ.
So this is either one, the A4 size.
That will hold at least 50 mm of papers. My point is how many boxes we can stock it up on top of with paper without red papers. Will that hold?
It's difficult to tell. Why? Because it depends on the weight of the paper. Sometimes it can be very less. The weight can be very less. And I can't, or it can be thickness of paper.
Yeah, board.
Either way, you paper.
Paper, the
Okay.
maximum is the paper state 2 to 3 inches box, correct. ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದು weight ಕೂಡ ಇದಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ. So that board will hold 3 boxes on top of it. Archival ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಇರೋದೇ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. Archival materials ಆ ರೀತಿ top of ಇರಲ್ಲ. Separate box ಅಂದ್ರೆ the individual box. It is in the shelves we can keep.
See, actually, it mainly depends on the weight, how much weight it is also, and keeping one above the other thing will actually cause the stress on the lower part. And then if the sizes of the box are more, then it may actually won't have enough strength in between. So it depends, everything actually.
We have to reduce dry out shelf size.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
This can hold books also.
Yes, yes. So in fact, to add to the point you made, in the best of practices where they have the long drawing folders, they have actually got shelves which are just 5 centimeters. So you can only put 1 or 2 drawing folders because you cannot keep building above it because you don't. So the shelving also needs to be.
A different type of shelving.
It's not necessary. So if you're not using the drawers and you're using the shelving system, the slotted angle system, then you move the slotted angle so that you get lesser room and you're not punning the way in the system. So you don't need the drawers. If you have only few drawing connections.
ಸೊ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಒಂದು A4 ಸೈಜ್ ಶೀಟ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಈ ಕಡೆ 10 inches ಮಧ್ಯ 1 centimeter ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ಕಡೆ 10 inches ಒಂದು ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಈ ಸೈಡ್ ಇಂದ.
So here's only for the A4 size paper, and then here's like 10 inch, here's 10 inch, and in between here's like 1 inch, 1 centimeter. So 1 centimeter, that is for the thickness. So you get little more amount of the volume of papers, and on this sheet.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ಸೈಡ್ ಇಂದ ತುಂಬಾ ಈಸಿ. ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸೆಂಟಿಮೀಟರ್ ಅಷ್ಟು ಒಂದು zigzag ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
So you have to make in zigzag way, you have to 1 centimeter, you have to make a fold. This is for this folding. So you're taking this folder. So here you're saying in a zigzag way, 1 inch centimeter. You have to make a fold. Put it into this.
ಈ ರೀತಿ zigzag ಎರಡು ಕಡೆನೂ zigzag ತರ ಫೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಇತ್ತು.
So that you stick to this outer part, sorry, one side, both sides, so you can actually like stick either side. You can leave it the same to the bottom, but hitting this corner and the corner. So, you know, with it, you do that with that. So, a continuous question about the box and the volume. What would his suggestion be in terms of the volume of the depth? Because there are boxes of more height as well. And they can obviously take more papers, and then maybe filing one or two over the other is simpler. So what does he recommend in terms of depth or height of the boxes? We have made something very small, so much. Yeah, okay.
ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಿ
Like, certainly they can increase the MM, but again, stacking those in the paper is not safe. Right. So like even in one box, yes, the internal volume we would regulate, but in terms of occupying, sometimes the specs shelves is why I'm asking this, that instead of putting so many smaller boxes, sometimes it helps to put a deeper box with, with more, a little more paper than this, perhaps. Yeah, I think little more you can do this, but only to make sure that because in case the very sensitive paper is too much of pressure, then that would be. And also, like, if you're doing bigger boxes, of course, you need little height. This volume should be little more because otherwise it would like it won't be stable. So it also depends on the size also. Because if it is a map or maybe if you are doing this big, so this would be little less of height. So probably you have to increase a little bit of sturdice. Yeah, so that's what I was describing to on your, so that basically with the longer material, smaller boxes works, but when we think of A3s and A4s, if we keep making these boxes, especially if they're hand making and it takes this long, it helps to imagine is a 50 which would amount into this. If the papers are not too brittle, could we put 80 in a deeper box, and hence having to make or buy or lesser boxes, and they might be able to take weight off each other a bit better if you were to pile them or stack them. So you're saying is 80 better than 50? Like even if increase? Not by increasing the volume of this. But yeah, always, yeah, as you also mentioned that it depends on the quality.
ಡ್ರೈ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಸೊ ಈ ರೀತಿ ನೀವು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
So it should that.
ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು 10 minutes ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೀಟಾಗಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು 10 minutes ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಫೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
So marking is very important. So it's getting within 10 minutes. One time marking is very easy.
ಯಾರು ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ.
So if anyone wants to try, or both or even question.
I have a request to someone in the audience to share an earlier slide which had specified the
So there's no more presentation, right? Because then once you show that, the video will, so we don't need to show this anymore.
Yeah.
Then it's, because otherwise this becomes very tiny on the screen.
Previous slide brought the information about what
This one?
yeah,
This one. Your paper exists, but not the book. Folders is it's of ML.
No, not the board, not the box. Is this one
It's actually, yeah, this is the. It is, Thompson material. This is not. This is lesser, yeah.
Can you put the next slide? I mean, you can use
Next slide.
the one with the
one's taken switch. It just was start out and
Can I change the slide? So, people online audience, if there is any questions, please type it or raise your hands. And we have under 10 more minutes, and we will break for tea.
The whole idea is to be very careful and nothing has to be fast paced. So that's the prerequisite of all of this, to be very caring and warm.
Someone from the audience wants to please stand up. I think there is.
Same question. Yeah, same and soon I think we might just open our own CPS. Now we are everything moves and you get to no, it's very light.
Yeah.
I asked them this one. They don't have so many few things you might want to for your favorite board.
I can take it and do it.
But there's not just anyhow. So you have to get the when you're in so any investigation
But ಇದು ನಮಗೆ ಒಳಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡ
Oh, thank you.
Hello. Tea is ready outside, so we break for almost 30 minutes. So we'll be sharp here by 3:45. And before that, I would like to thank Mr. Banu Prakash for his lifetime experience and sharing his knowledge. And I hope it was very useful. And thank you so much. So, Mr. Hirukumar, he did Masters in Conservation of Work of Art from National Museum, and he did a couple of internships from Italy, and also he got trained under photographic conservation from Center for Photographic Conservation, London, and Metropolitan Museum, New York. And then for over 30 years, he has been working on conservation consultant for various institutions in India. He has been involved in many projects like documentation, condition assessment, conservation and restoration, exhibition and storage of collections. He has worked with a number of individual and institutional collections like ITNCA Delhi, HEH, the Nizam's Private Collection Hyderabad, the Al-Qazi Foundation for Arts New Delhi, Tata Consultancy Services, Mumbai, Tata Central Archives Pune, the City Palace Museum, Udaipur, National Trust for Intact in Delhi, National Film Corporation, Colombo, Sri Lanka, etc. He is regularly invited as guest lecturer and teaches theoretical and practical aspects of conservation of variety of materials to the MA conservation students at National Museum Institute, New Delhi, and traditional building materials and conservation theory to the MA Architectural Conservation students at Singhagar College of Architecture, Pune, among other institutions in the country. And he has also published a number of articles on many conservation-related topics. I would now like to hand over the floor to Sigiri Kumar, and thank you for coming and for your time. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a long story. So, okay, now at the onset, let me tell you something. I'm taking a huge risk of trying to teach a bunch of archivists the conservation of photographic materials in half an hour. So I'm a little worried about that. So it's also, I want to confess that I'm not going to talk about anything about conservation. Let's have a, as you said, let's just share a little stories and how well we can look at the photographs and make sure that they live a longer life. So let me just share my screen. So that's it. Photographs, preservation and conservation. That's what we are going to talk. So as if we are going to pickle the photographs. So when you look at the photographs collection, so when you in an archive, we find first of all, we need to know what a photograph is. So we may find a photograph, by definition, a photograph is something which is produced on a photosensitive material. So you would actually produce something on the skin. So that's what you see here is a photograph on his back.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Can you please hold the microphone closer a little bit?
Sorry?
Yeah, can you please hold your microphone a little closer?
Okay, okay. Yeah. Is it better? So, so we find photographs here, and we will also come across photographs here, or the other extreme, on electronic sensor, so which is also light sensitive. And in between these two, we may come across a whole lot of other materials on metal, on paper, on ceramic, on cloth, on film, glass, etc. So that's a wide range of photographic materials, even though we have only about 100, 125 years of history of photography. So we still have a whole lot of materials there. And these are the prints. In addition to that, we'll also find negatives in the collections in the form of negatives on paper, on sheet film, glass, strips of film, rolls of film, and in color and black and white. So there's a whole range of materials, and we need to, when we are trying to preserve these collections, these materials, we need to plan very well. And the most important part about this is that we should know what the material is. The strategy for preservation should be trying to understand the materials. So it's like a interpersonal relationship. So we need to know the people so well. So often if we know that, then we can provide them their comforts. And also we can ensure that sometimes we can manipulate their own properties to the to our advantage. So sometimes we don't need to do too much on the object to make sure that the life is prolonged or a long-term preservation is ensured. So that's something we need to plan. And another thing is also we need to remember when you have a large number of materials and a variety of objects on surfaces and different processes. So we need to understand that it's not impossible to individually cater to each and every object. So you may have thousands of photographs on different surfaces, different materials. So we need to make sure that the immediate action should be to ensure that the life is prolonged and stabilized. It's kept in a stable condition. So then we may have to look at it. So here, again, as I said, there is a wide range of materials, the processes over the 120 odd years of the photography. So we have the materials on paper. Basically, you may find salted paper prints, albumin paper prints, gelatin printing out papers, and gelatin development out paper. We'll have platinum prints, gum bichromate prints, color photographic prints, and all this, and a whole range of materials we find. And each one is, as I said, an individual and has own needs. So instead of trying to treat them individually, we need to ensure that the collection is kept in a stable condition. So even when we are looking at providing a stable condition, it's not the conditions for each material is not, every material is not same. So each one has its own composition, constitution, structure, and own behavior, and hence own preservation needs. So that's something we need to keep in mind. So the first step should be to understand the materials. So without understanding the materials, we cannot proceed with its preservation efforts. So we have to ensure that we spend enough time with the collection, looking at each and every material and try to understand what the composition is, because the photographs are some of the most sensitive and most unforgiving of all the materials you may find in an archive. And if you make a mistake, you don't have a second chance. You may lose that image forever. So the first step should be to resist the temptation to, save everything, preserve some things, lay your hands on the objects. And sometimes you have this temptation. The moment you see the object, the photograph, something is damaged, we need to do something about it. We have to set everything right. So you need to resist that temptation. So you have to take your time. It has been lying there for so long in that condition that it's not going to crumble and disappear in the next few days or the next few months. So take your time, look at each and every object, and if you don't understand what you have, then you don't try to do anything. Consult somebody, try to do enough research, and find out what it is. It's only then proceed. So what can happen is there are different processes. They may look the same. A treatment for one, the most suitable for one, may be disastrous for the other one. So that has to be something when you have to be something you have to keep in mind. And then when you have so many of them, how are you going to treat them individually? So the first step should be, obviously, you have to catalog them. That's an archivist's job. So once it's done, during that process, you can also, that's also a time to look at it critically, what the condition is and what the material is. So if you are looking at a storage plan, what you can do is you group at least on the based on the support materials, whether it's paper, the prints on paper, we segregate them together. And then once each group is separated, segregated, within each group, you can form groups of different processes. And then you can, within the processes, you can divide them into different, or rather the sizes closer to each other. So these become easier to store them. And it's also easier to provide in case any special conditions are required. So if you have accession them all mixed, so then when you are trying to store them at a condition optimum for a particular process, then your numbers and all can get mixed up unless you have a very effective cross-index and indexing and retrieval system. So that become very messy in the long run. So there's something which you can start, keep in mind when you start planning for the storage and the preservation. So one, looking at enough the wide range of photographs we see, processes, sizes, formats, ways of presentation, so we find. And then it's easier also to understand these processes by looking at its deterioration pattern. So each process has its own deterioration characteristics. So that helps once, if you spend a little time with these materials, and if you understand how they were made, what their composition is, it's very easy to understand what's going wrong. So that's again, having, spending enough time with them, that helps. So that's something you should do before even trying to grab them. Then the same way, you may have materials other than paper. So you may find deterioration patterns. So what you can see is here, each material. So on the top left, you find is an acetate film based photographic materials. On the top right, you see glass plate negatives. So where the emulsion is peeling off, gelatin based emulsion is peeling off. And below that, that's the nitrate film. And on the left-hand side, we see the acetate sheet film. So each one has its own deterioration characteristic and pattern. And it's just by looking at, you can understand quite a lot. Or rather, I would say, use all your senses to understand these. So that would be the best and most sophisticated tool you have. Then once these are sorted out, so you can put them in appropriate enclosures. So I'm not going into the specifications of the enclosures. So what you can do is, there are specifications available, but make sure that they are put in the right kind of enclosures, which are of archival quality and made for photographic materials. Because again, all the enclosures which made for paper materials may not be sufficient for or appropriate for photographic materials. So the most suitable transparent enclosures are either polypropylene or polyester. And all other plastic, there's a whole lot of plastic sleeves and folders available, but make sure that it's not polyethylene or any other plastic material. When you're choosing a transparent enclosure, the rule of thumb is if you just sniff at it, as I said, use your senses, sniff at it. If anything has a foul smell, or if it smells, don't use it, because that will have a tendency to off gas in the long run, and that can affect the photographic images. So remember that the photograph is a the result of a controlled chemical decomposition, and those chemicals which helped us produce the image can cause irreversible damage to those images also. So be careful when you are exposing it to any kind of chemical whose property you are not sure of. And similarly, when you talk about the papers, boards, enclosures, there is a confusion between archival quality and acid-free. So every time when you say acid-free, it's not archival quality. It's not necessarily archival quality. The acid-free basically means it's pH neutral at the time it is made. That doesn't mean that it will remain at the same pH level throughout its life. On the other hand, what is supposed to be archival quality is supposed to remain reasonably stable pH conditions throughout its life, at least till our lifetime. So let's put it that way. So make sure that when you are choosing the materials, there is going to be to be sure the optimum material is archival quality. But having said that, in certain conditions, certain situations, you may not have access to archival quality materials immediately. Just because of that, you should not, that should not prevent you from using a slightly lesser quality material for a short-term storage. Certainly something is better than nothing. So that's another thing you need to remember, because whatever we are doing is not the ultimate, and there is an ideal situation where what can be done, but it's an ideal situation, so it need not be possible to meet 100% in the practical situations. So try to match these ideal conditions as much as possible within the given conditions. So once these goes into the enclosures, envelopes, so we have archival quality boxes, archival quality storage, cans. So these are available. But the specifications are all more or less available all over the places. And these are also available with most of the vendors who the conservation product suppliers. So make sure that you get the right kind of materials. Just because the vendor says this is a conservation quality product or it's archival quality, you need not accept it without having enough substantial technical data on that. So always ask for the details and cross-check with somebody, somebody who has been using these materials, who had already used and had enough experience before investing, because these are not cheap. I mean, cheap in the sense, or rather, these are not inexpensive, let's put it that way. So make sure that it's not make sure that you know what you are getting into. Then once these go into the enclosures, so we need to make sure that where we are going to store them. We need to storage areas have to have certain conditions. They have to be sanitized. You have to have enough security in terms of physical security as well as others. The conditions has to be well secured. Then we always talk about the temperature and storage conditions. Optimum temperature internationally accepted is 23 degrees plus or minus 2. And when we talk about it, whether that's possible in our conditions, that we have to think about it. Do we really need to go to 23 degrees? In a region where the summer temperature might not go beyond 30 degrees centigrade, maintaining a constant temperature in a storage area at 23 degrees centigrade it might be possible. But in our weather conditions, the country which is spread across different climatic regions, and in some places, the summer temperature goes up to 48 degrees. Is it possible to maintain 23 degrees on the other side of the wall? That's something we have to think about it. So we need to create our own standards, our own strategies, and whatever is possible. So is it possible for us to, even if we think about, if we become too ambitious and think about producing creating a storage system where we think that we can maintain 23 degrees, how long can we afford that? Do we have enough resources? Do we have enough even electricity in the country to run that? So we need to think about those. When you plan the storage areas, you need to keep these things in the long-term maintenance, and the recurring cost has to be kept in mind. Then the relative humidity is 50% plus or minus 5. We try to maintain, because there are no shortcuts. We need to maintain certain humidity levels. That's required. But here also we need to find ways of maintaining this humidity without power-intensive systems. And then how can we achieve that? There are various ways of doing it. So do we air condition? Air conditioning is not always a solution, because most of the time the air conditioning, what we are doing is that meant for people. So institutions turn it on at night, in the daytime when people are around, and shut it down and go away. And there's going to be a variation every day. There's going to be a variation of 15-20 degrees in certain cases. And that's going to cause more damage than not having air conditioning systems at all. So that's something which you need to remember. And if you ask any of these air conditioning vendors, they have no experience in dealing with these materials, and they will try to con you into selling their products. And then you spend all the money, and then you get into a mess, and you realize that what mistake we have made. By the time it's too late. So just think carefully. And if you are not sure, again, consult somebody who is experienced in dealing with this. There are enough people around. So don't shy away from asking people. So there are a few ways of achieving a systems which we can. There's one is using insulation in the building. There's this volcanic material called vermiculite, which can be incorporated into the plaster itself. That act as an insulating material and can provide a comfortable temperature within the buildings. Then if you want an air conditioning system, which you can think about is a geothermal system, which is less energy intensive, where the principle is that around 4 meters below the surface of the earth, the temperature remains constant irrespective of the surface temperature. So if you bury a suitable length of pipe underneath the building or in the ground, the air passing through that will have a constant temperature that can be circulated in the building, or that can be used in a heat exchange system of the conventional air conditioning system. So here the power bill will be substantially reduced. That's a system, it's worth exploring. It's not possible in every place, and its initial costs are high, the installation costs are high, but you will recover that in the electricity bill soon. And there are agencies who do this, and there are various models in which you can work with them, economic models that you can work with them and implement this. That's a possibility when you are thinking about climate controlling the archive. So you can think about this. And then we have a inexpensive ventilation systems using this centrifugal fans, which is wind driven. The slightest 2 km/h wind speed is enough to move those dome shaped. It's usually used in the industries, warehouses and factories. If you see there's a little hemispherical structure sitting in the top and rotating. That's actually a ventilation system that can create enough air current, air movement in the rooms, and wherever it's possible, you can implement that. So there are various systems which, I mean, you can choose whatever suits in your condition. Then you may need suppressed temperature situations. There, instead of air conditioning the entire room, you can reduce the temperature of a smaller enclosure. So there are very low cost air conditioning systems, very easy on the power systems available. So you can modify that and then create enclosures for the materials which are extremely sensitive. Then the other option is that if you need a low temperature, extremely low temperature, what you can do is you can use frost-free refrigerators, and you can hermetically seal these materials with silica gel inside, and you can store them in this. So the refrigerator's advantage is that it's very well insulated and it doesn't have to be run continuously. And even if there is a power failure, as long as you don't open it, the temperature will be maintained within inside that for a few hours. So then we have storage systems produced, compactor-based storage systems customized with perforated sheets, which will ensure enough circulation rather than an enclosed cabinet. So these are the options for storage. There are many more available. There's some of the doable things and sustainable too. And then we are also, you may have to display some of the photographs. So if you are doing that, ensure that the right kind of mounts used. This again, we have archival quality mounts, but it's important that there are two kinds of mounts available, buffered and unbuffered. Some photographic processes, especially the albumin prints, are sensitive to alkaline conditions. So if you use alkali buffered mount boards for mounting, for particularly long-term storage, mounted in storage or long-term display that can affect the albumin prints. They tend to darken. So make sure that you use neutral mount boards if you are not sure of this or the process. So for others, you can use buffered for gelatin prints and other prints, the gum bichromate prints, etc. You can use buffered mount boards. But if you don't know what the process is, always go for unbuffered boards. So then the framing, the display, so the right kind of a lighting conditions to be maintained. And here, it's one of the photographs displays in the picture of a gallery, where if you notice the lights are all turned upwards. There's no spotlights, direct lights. All these lights are connected to dimmers, so we can control the lights. And also, the ceiling of this gallery is painted with a UV absorbent material incorporated. So the light is bounced on the ceiling where most of the UV content is absorbed. So these are some of the, again, some of the sustainable low-cost systems. It's very inexpensive and very doable, and materials are available locally. So these are some of the preventive measures, conditions. Then we come to conservation. The conservation, I'm not going to talk about any of the processes because it's a surgeon's job. Just because having experience of carving the meat, please don't attempt to do a surgery. So that's something one has to remember. As I said in the beginning itself, photographs are the most unforgiving of all. Just make sure it's been handled. Any kind of intervention is done by somebody who has enough experience and understanding of the materials. Otherwise, you will be heading towards disaster. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. That was very informative, and I think we got an idea on storage and how important and how delicate a photograph is. I think even we have, like, most of the archives will have extensive collection of photographs, and I think everyone got a very basic, like, great idea about the storage and like mounting and these things. And thank you so much for sharing. And if there are any questions from the audience online or in virtual. I have a question.
I think this is Shreyasi. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I had one question. Like, most of the photographic materials are bound to their bases, their mediums. But like in case of Polaroid lifts, where the emulsion is no longer with the base material. So will the preservation techniques change for the two, like for the lifts and for a Polaroid which is like intact with its base?
Sorry, it wasn't very clear. Could you, repeat it, or somebody could sum up that question?
I'll repeat.
Little louder, if you could.
Okay. Okay. Like in case of Polaroid lifts, where the emulsion is lifted to another surface, so will the preservation techniques vary for the lifts as compared to a Polaroid which was intact. Not the Instax one, but like the iType or the 600 traditional Polaroid.
See, the Polaroid materials are quite different from the rest of the photographic materials. So they still have the residual chemicals within the body of the object, so the image itself. So that's a major concern. And most of these Polaroid images are colored, even though there were some monochrome ones, the initial ones, earlier ones. So what we have to do is, of the photographic materials, especially film-based and the color photographic materials, the rule is that every 10-degree reduction of the temperature, the storage temperature, doubles the life. So try to store them in a condition which is stable, which is at a lowest possible temperature. And if you have any concerns of long-term preservation and there's a risk of losing images, what you should do is try to copy them, at least transfer the contents. And here, so physical damage or any loss of image, there is not much can be done for restoring that, other than creating digitally reconstructing that. So the focus should be on preserving the physical object and at the lowest possible temperature.
Okay.
I hope, yeah, that's clear.
Yeah. I was wondering if you could tell us or advise on storing black and white negatives.
Okay.
What kinds of sleeves to use? I already have, camera shops which develop negatives, sending them in different materials of sleeves. So could you guide us in storing black and white negatives and also archival negatives which are loose, which has just been found in a packet like these square format negatives?
Okay, so when you said the black and white negatives, they are film strips.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you get storage sleeves available.
Yeah.
Polyester storage sleeves already available with many of the conservation supplies.
Okay.
So you could store them, the strips. Usually from the studio, these strips come in plastic and envelopes or sleeves, but they are not good for long-term preservation.
They come in sort of tissue paper like material.
Yes. Initially, it used to be the paper material, and then later there used to be a plastic. Most of the time, polyethylene.
Yeah.
And then if you find them in those, you can replace those sleeves with polyester sleeves. So they are available.
You'd have to buy them?
Yes, you have to buy them.
Online?
Yes, you can buy them online. And the other, there is no point investing in a machine to weld the polyester for few sleeves. So unless you have tons of them, there's no point. Option is that you can get the welding machine and polyester sheet, and then you can produce your own. If you have a huge quantity, that will be cheaper. But for a smaller quantity, it's always better to buy what is available in the market. Many of these are tested and their quality is ensured. And it has been around for a long time, and we know how it's going to behave in the longer run.
How about just paper tissue paper, thick, not tracing paper, but low GSM sort of tissue paper, thicker than tissue, but thinner than tracing.
That's an option. That's a temporary measure. The problem with using a tissue with any of these photographic emulsions, especially the strip films, are all gelatin based. if there is a higher humidity in the storage condition, by any chance, if it happens, the emulsion becomes sticky and there is a possibility of paper getting stuck onto it. And the other thing is, if you want to look at anything, if it's an opaque medium, you have to always pull this out of the sleeve. So that means additional handling of the material. If you have a transparent polyester sheet, you can just look it through the sleeve and identify the negative and the contents. You don't have to, every time you have to look at the negative, you don't have to pull it out. So minimize the handling also. So what you can do is, as I said, you don't have to try to put everything in order in one go. We do this over a period of few years. Take up a smaller portion at a time. So there won't be, that may not be such a huge expenditure. But you have a long-term plan. So you look at it, in 5 years or 10 years, how you want to have your archives to be, and then work towards that. Keep the larger picture in mind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, everyone. And also, I request Girikumar sir to kindly reply via chat, because we are just running out of time, and we'll head to the next session. So if you can kindly please answer for these 2 questions. One person has a hand up and there's one question already in the chat. Oh, sorry, the online audience who have questions, please type in your questions in the chat so that we would probably answer the same. So yeah.
Okay.
And thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your time and sharing your experience. It was really wonderful.
Thank you.
Also, kindly join if you have time around 4:45 for the open discussion.
So what time is it? 4:45.
Yeah, 4:45.
And another, 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, I'll be back. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Hello. Yeah. So hello everyone again, and so now I would like to share few inputs on few parameters for the preservation of archives or any collections for that. And these have been like, I'm just sharing, like, because it's everywhere. It's in the websites and like even from morning, like, Mr. Anupam sir and Namita Jaspal and Sujit Singh, everyone pointed out many portions of these things. So they have given me very less job now right now, sir, but as a formality, but we will start with, like, what are the major, like you can call it deterioration factors or parameters that has to be considered when we archive in collections. It could be paintings or photographs or papers, books, or anything. So I'm just giving you, very, very surface view, like, very highlight of, yeah, these things. Like,
Press on the page, the PDF, so it can just click on it.
So these are 10 parameters like physical forces, fire, pest, vandalism, and heat, and light, like ultraviolet or light and ultraviolet and infrared rays, water, pollutants, dissociation, and incorrect temperature and relative humidity. Actually, yeah. So these two things we have heard a lot about temperature and relative humidity, and what are the causes, like from warning, and also mainly on pest and vandalism and the light and pollutants. So it is just that I'm not sharing anything new or I haven't done any studies, so but just making you all aware and just tell you like there are plenty of websites in which you can refer to. So I'm just guiding you to those things. And also explaining you how these things actually affect, like, what are the points that we have to consider in these things, like what are the factors in individual of these parameters. So when it comes to physical forces, it can be stress or pressure, like, it is very minimal to like, major like collapse or destroying the buildings and, right next to your archives or probably archive itself, like there is some renovation happening, or so the mild could be like, stress and pressure or like, overstacking or sudden, a jerk. So all these things would cause issues. So always like, handle with care and take necessary precautions or when you're renovating and shifting, transferring from one place to others. So that is one thing. And fire is like an irreversible act, like, there will be a major loss. So it could be an accidental, of course, not intentionally, and electric, also it be caused with the electric fixtures, equipment. So make sure by when you have a space, like, all those things are safe, like, very like correctly done, and it can be of UPS or sometimes if there are any other flammable objects in the room. So and then pets. So make sure the archive space or the storage space, wherever it is, like, where you should not like take any food inside or water inside. So that food is the major like attractive to the pest. So because they feed on it, of course, like, there are many other like cockroach, even they feed on paper, but even the silverfish, most of them. But again, these things are interrelated. Like, if you maintain a proper temperature and humidity and like, so you can avoid most of the things. So everything is interrelated. And also bats, lizards, birds, like, if it is displayed outside, there will be like, we will see insect excreta or birds shit, like, yeah, there are many things. So make sure, like, you have displayed or stored in a safe place. And then vandalism and heat, like vandalism, it again, these things may not be intentional. Sometimes when you are looking at it or handling it and you have a pen in your hand and suddenly there may be a scratch, like, if you just are not careful enough. So thieves again, probably intentional, but yeah. So make sure you have CCTVs or security, or if it is an archives, make sure like they can even access online, or you have a catalog instead of giving original artworks. So because even handing over the original artwork is a huge risk, because even because not everyone would know how to handle a old object, or guiding them, it would take it is a huge risk. So that one. And light, even just now, even Girish Master, he explained about how the excess light would damage, it would like cause fading, and also other light, like other factors are like UVs and IR. So UV would start degrading, increase the it would fasten the degradation process, and and also IR in the sense like earlier we used to have halogen and all, which generates too much of heat, and that would also affect the collection or material. And then so make sure whatever the light fixtures that you use are like LED or and it has the lux that requires that is sufficient in a storage space or a display space. And water, of course, it can be through seepage, like dampness if there is no proper sealing, and it could be from AC also. So make sure you won't place anything closer to the AC wall, closer to that, or you have like proper trays or something that is like fixed to the wall, like where the AC is, so that there is no leak. And then dampness, and flood. Sometimes you cannot avoid these things, but always make sure that how to one thing you can look into it is like you have a proper drainage, so that in case of any heavy rain or something, so rainwater won't get into the space if it is in the ground floor. If it is in the other first floor or second floor, I don't think it will be a major problem. And that's it. And also I would like to tell, like in case of it is in a ground floor, please plan how to evacuate, or because if it is flood and if it is there for a couple of days, or if you are not able to drain out all the water in a day, so how do you manage? So probably like in a storage space, leaving the lower rack empty and then keeping above it. So there are multiple solutions to these problems, and I'll show you the website where you can actually look into it, and they have a very extensive study done on these things, and you can always refer there. And pollutants basically come from they are airborne and probably by transferred by contact, like when you are touching it, using it, airborne. And it can be a pollution like of the vehicles, sulfur dioxide, or even the fungus and all, like the spores are everywhere. So it is always better to maintain the air quality. And and dissociation is about major loss of data. It can be unintentional. Also cross contamination, like when you're referring and you're doing, so you mix it with things, and also sometimes by mishap you may dispose it, like thinking because it isn't, you just misplaced, or you think it is unimportant. So be careful when you're handling the materials, and also be 100% present in this place, so that you won't do any mistakes. And the major incorrect temperature and incorrect relative humidity, as Girikumar sir mentioned, like it depends on region to region. So one thing is like it should not fluctuate. So as he mentioned, like you can keep an artwork, it probably in a 25, 28 degree, but 26 degree or something, but then you suddenly get it into a cooler temperature. That is when it affects, actually. That is when it starts affecting the painting. So if it is maintaining particular temperature, that is fine. Instead of like the sudden, fluctuation or decrease in temperature, or even the rise in temperature would cause damage to the material. And again, the same with the humidity, even the fluctuation or sudden drop. So probably like, humidifier helps, or just fan, so that the ventilation, like the air, or it won't condense in the room, so that it keeps moving. Just probably if it is a very close and there is a dampness, just opening a window for a couple of hours and turning on the fan would help a lot. So but make sure the insects won't come in, or the birds. So keep an eye on that. And so basically these are like very kind of trusted and known websites. I think I'll leave the slide to this, and you can refer, like they have done extensive study on each and every single in Canadian Conservation Institute, they call it 10 agents of deterioration. So each websites, they name it in a different way, but still it's the same. And they have given like multiple reasons and causes, and for each different problems, how to look for solution, and even in case of any disasters, so even they have helplines, so you can get an assistance or guidance from them. So have a look at it, and it is very useful. Yeah. So thank you, and also now we can continue the session, or do you have questions? Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. If you have any questions, please do. Okay. So now the discussion time probably. Or...
Sense it's like time to leave. Are we done yet? I mean, we can stretch and take a break if you want, a few days. But now it's just meant to be. Well, thanks for sticking out so long, but I guess now it's really meant to be a conversation. Hopefully there are a few conservators as well online. I don't know. How many conservators in this room? Sorry, it's like Sindhu. Curious to know if anybody else is in the. Oh yeah, you're there. Thank you. I mean, I guess there are a few of you from the field of conservation preservation, and maybe there are a few others online. But I thought it'll be a good moment to just have a conversation around conservation. I'm going to trip on this. So yeah, conversation around conservation is the intent, to try and see what is it that archivists are looking for. That's one thing. So to try and solicit from a broader community, what are people interested in? And these can be very basic, or not, I shouldn't say basic, but very, very specific questions. That's fine. And then from the specifics, we can try and find what the broader questions are. The intent is to try and see if there are activities that a broader nonprofit like Milli can work on that can be applicable for a larger community, that one can put out in the public domain that's of value to a larger community. Individual projects for each archive will be dealt with individual consultants and such, but other things that will benefit a larger group. That's the intent, but it's also an hour of just yapping. So if we want to not do it, I mean, it's up to us, but that was the intent for this. So, Nature has her hand up, but needs a mic for the folks online. Hang on.
Maybe stop sharing this. Yeah.
Should stop. Anyone need this? No, going once, going twice. Online folks, going once, going twice. Oh shoot, did I do the wrong thing? Okay.
A lot of, or all the conversations today have been on material archives. And my question was more about where's Milli on digital and oral archives? Are there procedures underway to collect them, oral histories, those kind of things? And I guess there's also material there, of course, in the sense of the materiality of how things are recorded. So I was just wondering about that aspect of archives and collections.
Cool. Thank you. Actually, could I request any one of our colleagues here to just note down these questions just to see if we can see what's coming through this. But also, Nisha, I think it sounds like you volunteered for Milli Sessions 2024 on digital archives. So congratulations. I guess today, I mean, the intent was today to just keep it narrow and keep it around physical material, and also around physical material that's usually found in archives. So we didn't really touch upon sculptures or instruments, even though that's part of a larger conversation, and Anupam did touch upon it. But we sort of deliberately just decided to focus on paper, books, photographs, because each one of these is a field unto itself. And even there, we noticed that there wasn't enough time, obviously. But you're right, obviously there is a need. I'm not qualified to talk in much length about long-term preservation of this. But I mean, if there are people who want to share ideas on what they're doing, we can do that now. Or we can take this up as, if this is something that people feel is the necessary thing to work on, this could very well become a targeted project as a public domain project. Many of you are aware of the guidebook that Farah and Divij worked on last year, which really was a result of the detailed discussions in 2022. It sort of grew out of that. I mean, the project started a couple of years before that. This is the ethics and law guidebook. So if this is an area of interest, this could very well become a project that one applies for a grant for and puts it out in the public domain. So we're just trying to get a sense of what would benefit a larger community. That this is definitely one. In general, for oral histories, I would say one of the best places to go to is to just look for Doug Boyd, B-O-Y-D. Just look for Doug Boyd oral history and follow the gospel, what he says. He's been doing this for 30 plus years and thought about it long enough. And he runs the Kentucky Oral History Center. So for oral histories, I generally sort of go back to seeing what Doug has to say. He actually has a website called Ask Doug.
What was the website?
Ask Doug, D-O-U-G. I think it's Ask Doug or Ask Doug. Just do Doug Boyd oral history and the rest it'll, the internet will take care of it.
There's a question.
There's a question in the chat. There was a question in the audience also, I think. Jaya.
Yeah. It's not actually.
I guess it's more of a comment, I guess.
Yeah. It's not actually a question, but throughout the day, we were hearing about a lot of work being done across the country as far as conservation is concerned, especially the training part. Honestly, the problem seems to be that not everyone knows where this kind of training is happening. So if at least the people who are involved in conservation or who are actually giving this kind of training, if they can volunteer to share their address or whatever it is with us, then I think we can pick it up. That would be really great. That's not a question, it's a request actually.
I'm trying to frame that into a project. So a resource list of conservation centers in the country, is that what this ends up becoming? Just, I mean, it might sound like the obvious thing, but if it doesn't exist, maybe it should exist. I don't know. Does it exist? I don't know.
Yes,
Maybe people know.
it exists in very fragmented ways. So Tata has its own list for the conservators whom they work with, and then their undercoat comes up with their list.
But are these lists public?
Some of them are. And then Intact has its all information on their website for their conservators. So it's all in different places. So I think more than the list, what we also need is something more than just a list of contact details, because their processes and their days are very different.
Sorry, I forgot. We should have. There's Mike right behind you. Sorry. Sorry, I just suddenly remembered.
So more than just a list, it would be useful to perhaps know a little bit more in terms of their approaches. Because what we found out from some of the projects was that ETAC approaches a project very differently than, let's say, having Milli Kumar on board or writing to Tata Conservation for a funding proposal. So the list would need to be a little more helpful in terms of what's the process. Because for one, you write a proposal, for the other, you are actually recharge the consultancy. For another, you are just tying up as a collaborator.
Also, they're providing new training.
Yes, right.
That is very important.
Right. Yeah. So if we could have that list which spells out where all they are and what all they do, and including pedagogy and practice, that would be
also possible if we get some code for different jobs, that will be better to outsource things.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to when I said approaches. So Intact comes, we send the team, does an assessment, and then you do a tie-up. So that is a two-layer process. Whereas if you were to reach out to an independent conservator, you would do a direct outsourcing of a job. Now, it also depends on the material that you have, whether you need them to come or go. So once you know the approaches a little bit in the list, it would be easier to reach out to them.
Until you understand the object, you cannot actually give up a specific process. So the costing of that also varies. So when the training which you guys are mentioning, that
what we get a basic training is not applicable most of the time. It does not get applicable in the real life. So we have to adjust according to the scenarios and understand the object very closely to take like the way she presented on foxing. The foxing process is different for every if the ink is bleeding. You cannot use the bathing technique or you have to stabilize the ink because so everything there is a different thing. It's like a doctor's operation. You open heart surgery, one person might be doing the same thing, but not every open heart surgery is the same. So same is the treatment of the same object, treatment is different. So you know, actually give a special treatment for the same.
But at least, but I have a list of those doctors. Yeah, I think what you're saying is a calendar, when you know somebody's course is beginning anything. I think maybe Twitter can handle this one. Let me put out any information, start to know about the programs. So Jaya would be best to answer this question.
I think creating some, one is the broad course.
Sorry, I have to release. I really feel bad for the 47 people online who are desperately trying to hear you, Hamza. So
Just one suggestion. We have dealt with all paper and all these objects. Electronic items we have not done much research, especially in India. And many of the institutions have actually, there was a museum experience exhibition just held last month, and the electronic items is not being done in international level also. That we should have a lot of conservators to look into it because it's a very tough job for everyone to preserve those kind of.
just to clarify, what do you mean by an electronic item?
Computers,
Okay.
your data hard drives, floppies.
You mean conservation of these devices?
Yeah.
Conservation, preservation.
And digitization also.
So two quick response. I mean, one, there was, you could, I think this thing works, no? Does this not work?
Yeah, that for online.
Online folks can you? Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. So, I mean, two quick things. One, I remember there was a session in Milli Sessions 21 with a person named Trevor Owens, who's put out this extraordinary book, actually, which is open access, called The Art and Craft of Digital Preservation. I think you can look it up. You just look Trevor Owens Digital Preservation, again, like single point contact. So Trevor and Noah, I can't remember his name, this is embarrassing. But Trevor gave this amazing sort of overview on thinking about digital preservation, although that didn't include digital equipment the way you're describing it. But one of the things, the general rule of thumb there is about data migration more than anything else. So the question really is, from an archival point of view, are you interested in keeping the form or the content here? So if you're interested in keeping the floppy disk, then you treat it like any other piece of plastic. And you figure out how to preserve plastic. If you're interested in preserving the content, then you migrate the data.
No, but there is multi-generational multimedia archives where you preserve data formats across the generation.
Unless you have emulators, it's going to fail you at some point.
That's the thing. So we have to talk about how do we handle it.
So I think I have a small input on that.
Where is this coming from? Sorry.
Unlike other conservation processes,
sorry.
Unlike other conservation processes which need like experts, I think a lot of indigenous maker movements kind of help you with electronic conservation. So because largely we deal with that, what we do is there'll be this Marushka guy who will be handling VCR tape somewhere in Madras. There'll be a gramophone guy. There'll be so I have that list. So I can share it with you. So those guys are affordable and also a timing. So let's say something you're dealing with floppy disks, you're dealing with watches, gramophones. There's a different guy in every city who you work with. So I can share those. So that will be affordable and useful than the fancy conservation.
So that one is solved. We'll get that one soon. Right. So anybody has lists? Anybody want to offer their lists for public access? But your question is well taken. I think, and we could look into this. You're right. I haven't seen much conversation personally, but if there are others who know of a forum, or if you think this, like, what would you like? I mean, I'm trying to think of what is a tangible outcome for this. Like, do you see this as a workshop like this, or do you see it as, say, a guidebook that comes out, a cheat sheet of sorts, or a resource list? I'm just trying to figure out what is a resource that would be valuable to the public. Sorry.
Where to take it to? Is there a course? Are there enough courses in here? Or the way I look at it is you do a course. After that, you choose different type of archives for it. Like it would be portraits, or portrait, or whatever.
Perfect.
But an overview you get in that course. Are there such courses?
Namita, you have your hand up, and I feel like maybe you can just respond to this question as well, if you can hear me. Can Namita hear me? Namita is not there.
Yes, I am there.
There you are.
Can you just repeat the question?
The question was from Hamsa at the National Institute of Advanced Studies, who was asking, are there, the conservators that, we've all been hearing. One question was, where did everyone get trained? Is there if someone wants to enter the field or find people who have been recently trained, what do you do? Where does one go as a member of the archiving or library sciences community? Is that?
Okay. Yeah, there is one, I think, institute is our National Archives. They conduct training courses every year, and thereof I think different kinds, short courses and little long courses. Then most of the students of heritage management and conservation, they also come to our organization. It's a private firm in Chandigarh for practical training. And another thing is, as a conservator, I am representing India at ERC, the European Research Center for Paper and Book Conservation. It is specifically for paper and book conservation. So they maintain a website, and I am also responsible for disseminating some of the information, like all these online sessions, online or in hybrid mode also. So whatever is happening throughout the world, because though it is a European research center, but it has included a lot of representatives from all over the world. And I'm one of them. I'm the one from India. So of course, if you are looking for it, so we can be in touch, and I would be really happy to share all the information about all the trainings happening or short courses, online courses happening throughout the world in paper and book conservation.
Thank you. Thanks, Namita.
Thank you.
Shreyasi.
So I had two things to say. One, that NID archives or NID has survived two disasters. Flood, like massive flood in the Sabarmati River in 70, and then of course the earthquake. A lot of things are okay, and of course, like at this point, we are working with far more awareness and intention. Things have changed, but then, of course, like Gujarat is, I think, zone 5, and there are codes for buildings and everything. So there are are there folks who have worked with archives from, that have been damaged by man-made or natural disaster, and what can be, some certain like contingency techniques and plans that one could think of. And a lot of archives are also present in heritage buildings that may or may not be, like the best for like the conditions may not be ideal, but there they are. So if there's anything that, if anybody has experience or ideas, I think that would be just to talk about. Second thing, sort of got an idea throughout the day, like, about work, about excellence, about, doing stuff, conserving, preserving. But, how do we deal with failures, when like fuck-ups happen? And, when we have lost something like, if some accident has happened, there are photographs that are sandwiched together and somehow, like the immersion is all over, or, a negative is so damn brittle that it breaks. And you're trying to lift something and, that paper is in slithering. So, like, how do we deal with these failures? It's just not possible that we would, have, these things. Like, it could go anywhere, no matter how hard we try. So, I mean, like, I know that a lot of archivists do get emotional about things, and I do, and I think it's a shared sentiment. It's like, it hurts, it hurts so much. But if there are, like ways to, or if we would think of ways together to, like sort of deal with situations like this, and again, like depending where you're situated, whether you're at an institution or anywhere else, what is it like? How do we deal with failure without necessarily? I mean, I don't want failure to be but like negative or you can trade incident and sort of be okay with that and move ahead. Like just be trying to be realistic.
Like a self-help book for archives.
Like a briefing thing.
I don't know, do conservators want to take a stab at, offering some counseling to us? Huh?
Like the particular and where you are, your position, are there any like ways to deal with it that are out mandate or something like that?
Yeah.
Like, just not like yes, sure, it's right, but then so there are greater consequences. I want to share what.
Namita's hand up. Is that?
Oh, and for fuck-ups, I'm just saying that.
Yes.
Done by archives, not yet.
Yeah, Namita, do you want to? I don't know if you heard what Shreyasi had to say. Do you want to respond to that?
So, yeah, I heard the last portion somewhere from the middle. And what I feel is that all the archives can have a once in a year kind of activity for their staff for the basic training, and at least they can have a basic kit that can help in disaster situations or otherwise also. So maybe it is a temporary kind of thing, something is a book which is very brittle is breaking off because of mishandling or something. So a regular kind of event, training kind of thing happening in an archive, I think in a few years, the archive would be properly well equipped to handle their own problems. So this kind of activity is very important, I think so. And it will help, it will just solve all your problems. And going slowly, you can gradually, you will really find that you are in a very self-sustainable kind of position. And things are not always, they cannot be just bought. I think we can manage. We can, by knowledge sharing and all little activities, we can help our archives through any situation. Thank you.
Thanks, Namita. Thanks.
I wanted to add to the earlier point that Shreyasi made connects to the question I started the day with. Could we start answering questions about climate change and the whole understanding of conservation? Because so much through the day and otherwise in the practice, we keep listening to the logic of temperature, humidity, weather, and hence living organisms and growth. And the fact that right now none of the cities, at least in India, are behaving the same way as we know them to be behaving seasonally. So how much of climate change needs to be understood and incorporated into the conservation practices where we are right now at the cross section. So could that become a part of this discussion or the skip that we want to make, and how do we understand temperatures and metals?
Just to add to that, there's also a line of questioning that I have been following, but in terms of acid-free material and other preservation material that we use in the archive as well, is how economically sustainable are these production practices going ahead? And we use a lot of plastic in the archive, right? Not just as a placeholder until we put things into final preservation, but sometimes final preservation itself includes plastic. So how do we, go ahead in these times?
Very resource intensive methods, right, in terms of chemicals and plastics and paper as well. So of course we cannot not have those, but how do we? So I know of especially exhibitions where packaging material comes in and gets thrown off, and then when it has to go back, new packaging material comes in. And it's one of the exhibitions we tried to challenge that. It was not so difficult to challenge it. We just had to make space and be more careful of how you unpack the exhibition material when it came in. Safeguarded the whole thing, and the boxes went back as it is. Now, we tried it on hence saying that could this be a very strong way of thinking of archival materials and resource consumption when it comes to preservation. And then, of course, what it does to different environments when we move it across different climates.
They could put it there in the learning mode out.
Yes, so definitely. Yes. Don't throw away, don't buy.
Yeah, and like they would like acquisitions, like figure out a way that you are even using the same material. I know it adds work, but like it's worth it of course. But like, it's just added to the workflow package, whatever, and it could just be a little good.
It actually doesn't add work, except because you keep buying, you don't realize. Otherwise, you just keep keeping the old material. It doesn't add work. It's just
So actually, just to come back at what you said, so there's a famous quote by Walter Benjamin, the emergency.
Maya, closer.
Sorry. Yeah, the emergency in which we live is not the exception but the rule. So in terms of your disasters and archives, I think the first sort of very, generic impression about Indian archives is they're in a state of risk. Something or the other is being lost. And so in a sense, what has been said is itself a miracle, right? And therefore something has worked in terms of what is also been said. And I mean like very well found, we managed those things also. So the thing I think we have never done systematically is to basically index what we might determine as risk for archives. And by that I mean also triaging what is most urgent. A lot of collections have applied to British Library Digital Archives program, received funding. We're very grateful, of course, for them to have been salvaged or whatever. But the truth is that we need a more comprehensive view of this. And we hope that we can undertake that exercise in terms of the survey. And Jaya is also kind of saying that we need this kind of directory of just understanding what there is, where things have to go, and also a decentralized approach. So that means certain institutions might be better at preserving certain types of objects. Right? And maybe they should be. So the photography people should know who to reach out to. So we do endeavor to create those resources, both for the community at large, but also to understand that this is an area of expertise. And we need to add to the knowledge you have. Even if you were trained 10 years ago, you're not ready for digital preservation of that generation. And to want digital content. So we really want you to reach out to us. We also want to keep those conversations going. In terms of the digital one, there is actually a grant that I've gotten. And I'm very happy to invite anybody who's interested in digital preservation and archiving to sort of join that conversation. It's a 2-year grant. We'll announce these things on Milli Twitter. We'll announce calendar of events. I'll do it because I'm managing Milli Twitter. Yeah. I'm making that promise because it's on my phone now, and I wasn't looking like I had ADD. I was just trying to tweet out things. But really, I understand you need somebody to be real-time responsive. And the pledge is to kind of keep the conversation through the year. I think this one-time thing is exciting, but we also need to continue and sustain. So the outreach, handle and such also is to.
And just want to add to what you said, because you mentioned about study of risks as a concept. In that sense, whether it's risk of an archive or risk of a material, they almost become synonymous or linked to each other. And the moment we start studying the risks of materials, a lot of these questions that we just raised about materials itself and its longevity, apart from the science, might be a little more conceptually clear. People are just starting off, and then of course we reach out to art conservators and so on and so forth, but then we don't keep buying more and more plastic and chemicals. I think it's good and
And just like that one thing, the reducing applications, it's really a good idea, and could we do that? But only one thing we have to consider is that it is the exhibition is something that's really good. But if you're getting something from outside that is affected, and things are going to be because if there's fungus or anything, so then you use it for other medications to make it faster. So to be aware of those things, so then we use it. So this consider a few points.
Speaking of disasters, our archive is a disaster. Like we actually had a disaster when the famous Bangalore rains happened. Rain was coming and our maker conservator wanted this in the campus, but with this ADHD sitting outside and working as well. And literally we had to like figure ways in which we can have like random wood logs and whatever, like, you know, pocha and everything, and created this moat so that water doesn't come in. It still started to come in. Drains from all the toilets started to come out, and literally it was like on top of like what shelves and everything. He started to keep it and literally sat there hoping that the rains will stop at some point with like feet of water or whatever. So thankfully it did stop and then it did drain out. And this is like a good part of Indira, it never floods. So looking at climate change, I don't even know like even safer areas and more, if it floods there, like it has never flooded in its 60 there. It's a very well planned neighborhood. I don't know what can save us. So my two asks that I had was one, like you mentioned ADD, ours also to save my ass, I also call it as the ADHD archive, because all of us who run the archive have ADHD. So every single thing we've been asking since morning not to do, we are like panicking, listing that everything we're doing. So literally there's nothing that has not happened. Like all the way until giving both of them, Siddharth and Ishita, heart attack, where I've literally torn a piece of archival material because I'm running late, like on the planet and that movie, and putting it in the exhibition, all the way until prostate and pins and every other thing, including our cat has given a delivery inside the archive. We couldn't, but the kitten is telling for the first time we have a cat that has given birth to these babies. These adopted, will never get museum kittens. So
cats are okay. I mean, it seems like, you know, it wasn't in the best list.
That pigeon shit.
Sorry, this is what is getting recorded.
We don't have guards either, and fire. I like everything is kind of vulnerable. So the only thing I'm kind of relying on is that in the morning, like you said about how traditional systems, how it has been maintained earlier, we haven't really disturbed that. Most of these artists come from.
I know that they're constantly getting.
Can I say something? The voice is breaking, I think.
So these collections have come from traditional homes and kabadwalas, and none of this collection is specifically from a donor, but we have acquired and we own the archives, and that since I won't go to jail or something. But still, I'm kind of concerned about how is it okay that until we get to this kind of an institutional thing, how long do you think, as long as we maintain it in its status quo, we are safe? Because let's say those negatives were not in those containers and we haven't kept anything in asset paper or any of that, will it be okay for the next 10 or 20 years? Right? What is its natural progression in terms of conservation? That was one question I had. If we do nothing and just keep it status quo, how long do you think it will last and I can expect it to exist by the time we can do all this stuff? One. And second is all those unclaimed grants that you were telling in the morning, please give us a list of all those grants that we can apply and change the way in which we are today. Those two asks. List of grants and how long do you think it will last?
List of grants.
Namita, there's just one more question or comment from the audience, and then I'll come to you. Just hang on.
Okay, thank you.
Like, you've been, I mean, of course, it was about, you've been talking about material. Everything, talking about disasters and everything, I mean, like, we also talk about like access and other things, but like folks, conservators, archivists, or like basically folks who are working in the field of knowledge production, and especially like this kind of shadow work. It's just I always like wonder that, you know, many of us in our own ways live in situations of precarity, and you know, whether it is in terms of religion, caste, gender, disability, sexuality, so on and so forth. Like, and it is like, is there any way? Is there any has this been addressed? Does anybody know anything about it? Is anyone interested to talk about this? It's something that like I wanted to sort of say, because this whole idea of preserving, and like it's this cognitive labor and also physical labor also needs, you know, some kind of rest, so that because like the emergency thing that you said, and it just made me again, I mean, it's a truth of our times, but like the health of the worker. And when we are talking about, so okay, that's one. The other thing is like about like chemicals and things that we breathe. There are like some safety measures that we could work with, have at hand. Like of course, I would explain but it is something that we should know of, because sometimes at the archive, photographic materials smell, and it's really scary. Like we're like, I feel like, yeah, I don't know what to do, but then the like smell goes away. And it's definitely not nice, because like in the dark room also, like when these photographs and all these materials are being created, there are a whole lot of safety measures that we, you know, have in mind and follow them. So the same thing goes for, you know, conserving and storing and working with them. As like one could see in Mr. So I mean, I'm only aware of this, like I know about this video. I'm sure I can do something. Yes, yeah.
Thanks. Namita, you had a comment or a response?
Yeah, the voice was breaking, so I couldn't hear everybody properly. But what I understand is everybody is talking about risks and disaster management, how to go about it. And I just wanted to share one thing, that in our Ministry of Home Affairs, and there's a collaboration between Ministry of Home Affairs and National Institute of Disaster Risk Management. And they have a regular kind of online sessions, training courses, and online discussions almost on daily basis regarding disaster risk management, which is related to the cultural property, the museums, archives, sorry, and all this. And we can also suggest them, like we did this year in February, March, I think. You can give them the proposal of speakers and all, and they will just organize it. They'll give you a date and all that, when that can happen. And an honorarium is also given of about 1,500 or so per speaker, and even the anchor who's doing that. So, and it's very educative. What we have found is that it was very educative. We did it with them twice this year, and it is a regular thing. So archives can also be in touch with the Ministry of Home Affairs and NIDM, and they have a separate site with the name of, I'm not remembering the name, but training something in disaster risk management. So that there's a portal, and you can always contact them, and be a part of that. It would be very helpful, very useful for the immediate actions that you can take, or a long-term kind of activity that you want to have. So that is one thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That was useful. Please. There's a question here, second row. Could you also just introduce yourself to the audience?
Yeah, I'm Sandra from Archival Conservation. So I have a quick question. Do we have a directory of all the archives in India where they list all, like, they update the list of collection they have that researcher or any other archive can use for different purposes?
Does anybody know? The question was, is there a directory of archives in India with the resource list that's accessible to the public?
In the catalogs? No, not the catalog, just a list of all the archives and their collection. Just a basic information like this collection. We can put it out.
I think the platform itself is that archive right now.
Yeah. That's Rochelle's thing.
That's Rochelle.
Yeah.
That doesn't have.
Yeah, it is a kind of experience. What did you see in this archive? I have a Excel sheet. And he has one, and we just merge all our Excel.
Yes,
sheets.
we need to merge
But,
Excel sheets, is
not
what
that
it is.
much.
But also there's one that's on the web, which is not a, I mean, so Chinmay has a nice list. So if you look for Chinmay Tumbe's website.
That's how Indian.
No, that would be different. I think that's,
Some archives are covered there, but not all of them.
yeah, but I think Chinmay had a Google page where he was just listing archives in the country. So,
But it doesn't have list of what collection.
no, but each is a hyperlink. So, I mean, yeah, you'll have to do that extra jump, but
Easier for the user to research.
good idea. There was a question here.
That's what we. I have a few suggestions. Okay. One is.
Also just introduce.
Or you already. All right, I work for Venture. Sorry, I work in archives and NCA. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, one is where do we fit conservation in our workflow as archivists, and do we include conservation observations that archivists make into our metadata, and do we also as archivists sort of look at access in terms of preservation and conservation? So when you have material that's extremely fragile, do we limit access? And does that, like, you know, the way you catalog and the way you create access documents for your archival material, how does that include conservation influence that? And like, how does conservation fit into audits that archivists do in their archives? Like, how do you fit this entire conservation aspect and preservation aspect into your work?
I'm just typing, like, hoping others in the audience have responses.
So yeah, we have to. So we have to restrict the use of handing over the design objects of materials. Where to fit in the conservation is a difficult part area we were discussing, and so, but at least when you're processing, we can make a note on the sensitive objects. So at least we can take immediate action in case of such, or yeah, I think that is one of the ideas of it. I'm saying as a non-conservative person. So I've seen the relevance of knowing all of these other things as an archivist to start to the end, because beginning with collecting the archives itself, your contributor wants to know that you have assessed what the situation is, and you are on the same page that something was fragile and archives has not done it. All the way from there to taking it into conservation, because most of us were talking about stage-wise conservation. So even before access begins, What we have realized is to make any grants or to even look for funding or to talk to your own higher ups in the institution, the prioritizing, so creating your own risk assessment system. And this will have to be very specific to yourself or your archive. That okay, these 15 things need to be conserved ASAP, and that's costing up to this much budget. Or we want to use these 10 for an upcoming exhibition, and hence we would want to, and then from there towards the saying when you start looking at these catalogs or sheets or anybody who wants to access, you have very clear rationales to say this we will not be able to open up as physical copy until we have digitized. And I think again that the digitization team also needs it because they need to prepare if they are dealing with very fragile materials or your presence there becomes very critical. So all throughout the process, an archivist and the rest of the team knowing about basics of conservation preservation is very critical.
I think that especially as an archivist, when you're the first person to like work with the material in such great detail, conservation becomes a very important part of your job, right? Because you're handling it multiple times in fact. And if you don't take those steps, you end up damaging the material before it's even put in preservation. So as an archivist, I think doing basic conservation is very essential.
I mean, the reason why I asked this is because the reason why I asked this is because a lot of times when it comes to large data sets, it's when they're taken out for conservation that a lot of times cataloging is done. Like a lot of times cataloging is not done, and you have something earmarked for conservation and then you start cataloging it. So sometimes I also want to know how archiving fits into a conservator's workflow as well. Because I feel like in that way we have like we see at least a little better catalogs coming out of state archives or large archives that people large data sets.
So you turn the tables around. That is good for this.
Any questions?
I'm Deepa, and I've been working at the Center for Learning. We're a school outside Bengaluru, and a few months ago I started organizing our course curricular material from our middle school social science courses, and I just followed my own scheme. I cataloged, I organized, and I've tried to, and I'm interested in options for organizing. It really is an archive so that people can borrow this material. Anybody has any ideas about that, they'd be welcome, and you could write to me directly. I'll put my email here. But there's a lot of archival material in schools.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thanks, Deepa. Yeah, if you could add your email in the chat, I think that would be, if people do want to reach out directly. But does anybody want to respond, or are there other questions that come up?
Chat should be addressed to everyone. People be coming to me.
Oh, yeah. When you write a chat, just I guess there's a drop down to say send to everyone.
Oh.
Anything else? What is on our wish list as archivists in various forms? Are we done? This list, are we done with this?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like a lot of that.
I think first version would need to be a little more concise also. First thing we can just get everything.
Yeah. Just brainstorming at this point to see there's clearly there's nothing more pressing. Yeah. August.
2025.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to say one more thing, which is, I didn't see it on the list on that. So it's the open access question, right? And I know your point was very correct, which is, if the material is fragile or sensitive, obviously restrict
Closer.
access.
Sorry.
But the that we would like to obviously put this out there for more people.
So the last point, which is the workflow of the conservation and archivist, links them to the display. And the display question now is very tricky because, of course, we have to have ChatGPT has to be mentioned in any conversation you have with anybody. So in the age of generative and such, the language models is being trained on the content which is actually digitized in India is not so much. So there's so much that what Ms. Diva said also, which is that there's so much material that I imagine requires translation in terms of archival, whatever preservation and such, that it's no small potato, but it's linked to the access question. And I think we need to keep that at the front of the entire sort of chain of thought also, which is you're trying to multiply access for people who really in this country not had the privilege of assuming archival access. You have to be a researcher to even gain entry into national archives, you couldn't just walk in.
Yeah.
That's a problem. So if we can sort of advocate for that somewhere in the rules.
I mean, that brings me to a part of this point. That constantly our focus has been about institutional archives, and there are just so many archives in people's houses and people's basements and community centers, and somewhere it brings me to the point that then conservation also could also have things you could do at home, things you could do within your reach. So if we were to look at the socioeconomic factor, and this sort of customizes it to where we are sitting and discussing, while such a guidebook could have been made otherwise internationally, but by making it here, would be enable more people to start preserving their archives until they can take it to any institution. And so many conservators have been speaking to us about it, that you could do this for now, this much is okay, this much is enough. And that enabling it to a document like this would be very useful.
Very cool. Girikumar, I see you have your hand up. Yes, would you sort of?
Yes, I just want to respond to Deepika's posting about by losing the digital material because of the hard disk crashed. And it's also, she says she could retrieve the data because that was also in the CDs. So that's a good lesson in the sense the archiving, the digital archiving, the dictum is one copy is never a copy. So if you want to be absolutely sure about the safety of your data, you have to have the data saved in multiple formats, in multiple media, and stored at multiple locations. So CDs, just because hard disk crashed and you lost the data and you could retrieve it from the CDs, doesn't mean that you can save everything in CDs, because CDs also meant for known for their failures, especially the rewritable CDs. Within few years, they become unreadable. And also we have to remember that most of the systems which are produced now don't have CD drives. So they are becoming obsolete. So the media is actually becoming almost, it is obsolete. So you have to keep this in mind when you trying to archive a digital content. That's all.
Great, thank you. Thanks so much. Yeah, I think just to echo what you said, I believe there are these 3-2-1 rules for digital preservation, which are also accessible online. So those are things to look at. I mean, they're also very aspirational. I mean, it comes back to this question of whether one has the resources to do it and such, but if you have it, use it. Pradeep has a question.
Yeah,
Pradeep.
that's a very good question. One thing that I think the theme of is a web archiving. We, like in developed countries, we have multitudes of resources which are, buried in the stacks of web, and anything like oral, cultural informatics, and so many things that people really think of, because it's a few projects that I don't really have much in terms of being like the software package that will help us working open source are in property. Institutionally at ISS, we have this media asset management software that we've been trying to archive all of our events, everything that we do and do it. And the other part is
integrating all the search and retrieval processes together. Right now, the libraries are institutions which could afford this escape discovery services or the software. They, as a one-stop search portal, anything in silos are being searched through this portal, through this service. So, that is something that we could think as community, how do we make this possible through various layers? We are also in silos, but we should come together to integrate them for whatever formats possible, but we are integrated and searchable, discoverable, making the content. That's something, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks so much. All right, it's 5:30. Look at us, man. There's no tea or coffee. You're still hanging out. And serious commitment, clearly. But I think, are we calling it a day? Yeah. Ishita, you couldn't be faster, man. Seriously. Anyway, all right, cool. No, I think this. Perfect. I think this is good. We'll wrap up here. I'll just close some of these screens. I have to remember to save this because it's on this system. But if anybody has any other ideas, please send it over to generally to hello@Milli, and if you have things that you want to projects that you think need to be done and it's come up in the weeks ahead, right, as you think of it. Programming wise, if you haven't, if you feel like, and if you've not been to this campus, there's an archive here, so you can come check it out if you haven't seen it before. There's also a work in progress conservation lab, which you can come and have a look at if you'd like to. So if you're interested in any of those, you can just stick around. And if you're not, have fun the rest of the day wherever you're headed. But before you head out, don't let me stop you from opening your wallets. Really, seriously. Look at this list, you guys. All this needs to be done. Anyway, sorry, but okay, cool. But no, but on a serious note, that's really the intent. I'm just being sort of very open about this. That one of what we discussed last year, this time for many of you who were here, was to see how to make this viable. One of the reasons to set this up as a body was to have financial transparency to the entire process. All of Milli's bank accounts are fully auditable, visible through in public domain every year. And the idea is that it is a public, transparent forum for flow of money to do exactly these things. Otherwise, it ends up being a set of hoops. Money goes to a particular organization, from there it goes to an individual, and so on and so forth. So we're just trying to sort of see if we can get to a transparent system to also build credibility and trust within a community in the country, to say that here's an organization that will take a rupee and show what it is doing with the rupee. That's the intent. We'll see how this goes. So spread the word. It'll be nice to see if this does go somewhere, and if it doesn't, we'll go back to what we were doing. Manic week-long online sessions. Sorry.
I was just telling 3-day workshop the way we did last time. If we can go back to that with whatever coming together and pooling again funds for it and stuff, because the energy fizzles out after we leave the beautiful NCBS campus.
So that's the other thing. It should not happen here again. Okay, the next session. Okay.
Another beautiful campus.
Some other campus.
We can workshop, whether it's this or whether it's back to public outreach, which we had started to work on, or pedagogy, whichever group. But if we can look back at that model, definitely feels like it was very constructive. Even if it doesn't get published, I feel it was very constructive in learning from each other, that 2 days and 3 days of discussing with each other.
Yeah, no, I agree. But even for that, one just needs some basic resources to get it going. Like last year, NCBS put the money, but that's because it had budget that year allocated to do that. But one needs to find a sustainable source that is not dependent on institutions. So which is why it needs to, this is an experiment. If there are institutions which offer their budgets or whatever, that's fine.
We need more asynchronous project management. Each of these verticals needs a full-on work.
We don't have a problem as hosting an IIT Madras next year. But we have to think about the budget.
This is how we can.
10 lakhs, Honorable, 10 lakhs. Fly every one of us back and forth and one extra destination. Archival survey of archives in India.
That's not money, your money.
All right, okay. I think we've done enough talk shop. So if you want to go for any of these tours, stick around. But otherwise, thanks so much for being here, and we'll see you next year. Oh, sorry, 1 second. One thing at a time. Oh, first of all, the recording has to stop.
Yes, yes.